No, it's not too bad.
Is it raining? I might go and look at this shot.
I might take the camera outside.
This non-drone shot.
Yeah, I might take the camera outside.
These guys are working.
Feel like we're doing. Thank you very much.
English commentary mix. English commentary mix.
I just roll around in a puddle. Don't want to use non-rechargeables. I don't know how much I trust those ones. The rechargeables that are in there, when they were charged or something, so.
A course where the winners list really reads like a who's who of triathlon, and 2 more will add their names to that list today. Podium Racing, they are in pole position after the team picked up an incredible 105 points, if you don't mind, in Chicago, thanks to race wins and great team tactics. Crown Racing, the defending champions, must hit back today or risk losing touch. Let's look back then at how hang on. I said 105 points, but it says 75 points there. And I don't know why, because I thought it was 105. I will go back and change that, but I thought it was 105 points. No, it says 75 there, so I don't know if that's right, but I'll go with what's on the graphic. I'm pretty sure that, well, the amount of points that Podium Racing got in Chicago, because I thought they jumped over the top of Crown and everyone else and came into first. So I'm looking at it on the internet now. SuperTri results. I could be off them. They hadn't added, so it should be 105 for Chicago, 105. No, it's a graphic. The graphic says 75, and I say 105, so that's why I stopped. Yeah. Sure. No worries. Yep. Doesn't matter. I'll just run over the top of it. Have you got, and we're going to go straight into women preparing, which we'll put in afterwards. Have you got the start list as well? Have you got the start list? Are we going through to item 5? Okay. It's been 4 years and now SuperTri is back at its spiritual home, a 5th visit to Jersey in the Channel Islands, an island just 9 by 5 miles, 14 miles off the coast of France, on a course where the winners list reads like a who's who of triathlon, and 2 more will add their names to that list today. Let's take a look at the team's leaderboard. As it stands, Podium Racing are in pole position after the team picked up an incredible 105 points at home in Chicago, thanks to both race wins and great team tactics. Crown Racing, the defending champions, they must hit back today or they will risk losing touch. Stars and Stripes Racing under big pressure as well to try and stay in touch with Brownlee Racing in the race for that 3rd position overall. It's time to get straight into the women's racing. The storm clouds have cleared after a very wet morning here in Jersey, and the athletes will welcome that, although it is going to be treacherous conditions. Let's take a look at the start list in the women's. It's going to be a really interesting one, a little bit more steady than it was in Chicago. Anna Godoy comes in and joins the German pair of Annika Koch and Nina Eim at Stars and Stripes Racing. Jolien Vermeulen, the big hope for Brownlee Racing, although Fanny Zalai had a great podium in Chicago. Sienna Stevens comes in as a late replacement this morning for Nora Murr alongside Georgia Taylor-Brown at Crown Racing, and Jean Lahaire and Leonie Perriot lead Podium Racing. The women have raced and the leaderboard has changed, and now it is time to get straight into the men's racing here in Jersey. It'll be the 41st race in the history of SuperTri, and here is the start list. Look for the Reeds, John and Taylor, to be strong for Podium Racing, alongside Kenji Nina as well. Vasco Velasa will need a big result to launch himself into contention for the championship, as will Chongor Lehman, who also missed the race last time around. Johnny Brownlee, the big hope in an all-British Brownlee Racing. It's been 4 years and now SuperTri is back at its spiritual home. A 5th visit to Jersey in the Channel Islands. An island just 9 by 5 miles, 14 miles off the coast of France, on a course where the winners list reads like a who's who of triathlon, and 2 more will add their names to that list today. Huge anticipation for this one from the fans, the athletes, and the team managers as well. And all of those 4 men know that this is the last chance to earn crucial points before the grand final in Toulouse in a fortnight's time. Let's take a look at the team's leaderboard. Podium Racing, they are sitting in pole position after the teams picked up an incredible 105 points at home in Chicago. Can't see that right now, but that's okay, thanks to both race wins and great team tactics. Crown Racing, the defending champions, they must hit back today, or as you can see, they risk losing touch, and the same goes for Stars and Stripes.
English commentary mix. English commentary mix.
Themselves into contention with a good result, as can Rosa Tapia Vidal as well. And Vermeulen, she can do it as well. She's with Adam Leach.
Jolene, you come into this weekend with 1 SuperTri League race under your belt and 1 win. Can you give us some reflections on that day in Toronto?
Yeah, I think that day I had like one of the best days of my career. In the run, suddenly I felt like I could go hard and I could keep running until the end, or at least that was what I hoped for, and I'm glad it turned out well. So yeah, I was very happy to take the win there, and yeah, looking forward to the race today too.
Well, it's a big one for you here in Jersey, having skipped Chicago. You've got Jean Lehair and Georgia Taylor-Brown to chase down. Are you feeling any pressure for this one? Well,
and Leonie is here too. Plus, yeah, a lot of other athletes, like the world-class athletes, are here. So on one hand, like there is pressure, because I do want to race well and I do want to show that I can do this, which I'm not sure because I never did it like without the rest, but I really hope that it's gonna go well. On the other hand, like it's not really in my nature to stress so much before a race, so I think I did the preparations and just going all in and give all I have.
Well, thanks very much, Eileen, and best of luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
A popular winner in Toronto. Let's see how she goes this time and how she takes on this incredible format. 3 consecutive triathlons consisting of a 300-metre swim, a 4-kilometre 4-lap bike, and a 1.6-kilometre 2-lap run. Now, you can follow the progress at the bottom of your screen as we go along. There are 3 short shoots on offer for the teams, earned by having one of their athletes first across the mount line at the end of the first swim, bike, and run. They'll be taking on the final run.
English commentary mix. 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 English commentary mix.
It's been 4 years and now SuperTri is back at its spiritual home. A 5th visit to Jersey in the Channel Islands, an island just 9 by 5 miles, 14 miles off the coast of France, on a course where the winners list reads like a who's who of triathlon, and 2 more will add their names to that list today. Huge anticipation for this one from the fans, from the athletes and from the team managers who know this is the last chance to earn crucial points before the grand final in Toulouse in a fortnight's time. Podium racing, well, they are in pole position after the team picked up an incredible 105 points at home in Chicago, thanks to both race wins and great team tactics as well from John Anthony. Crown Racing, the defending champions, they must hit back today or they do risk losing touch, as do Stars and Stripes in the battle for 3rd right now. Let's look back at how the race has played out in the Windy City. Round 2 of SuperTri, and it is very much wide open. And already out and picking up the first short shoot for Brownlee Racing is Marcus Day.
It's a ferocious pace that they are setting.
Gonzalez Garcia denies any of the other teams a short shoot. Oh, there's a man down, and it's Morgan Pearson.
But look at Tyler go. He means business.
John Reed going to take the short shoot. Wire-to-wire victory for the Spaniard. Reed with his first podium. Let's get it underway in Chicago once again. Fanny Zalai got it over Michalitskova. And it's Lahair out. She picks it up for podium.
GTB is back in it as well.
It's no problem at the moment for Lahair, who again moves to the front. Things continue the way they are. Podium Racing are going to move from 3rd to 1st. So she's going to take it. She's going to force Taylor Brown around the long way. And Zalai's going to take it as well. A 3rd win in SuperTri for John Lahair. Taylor Brown holds off, and Fanny Zalai takes a podium. It was hot, it was tough, and Podium Racing, they really rose to the occasion. Now, Jersey has offered up all 4 seasons in the last few hours. A little while ago, it was tipping down with rain. Now the sun's out and it's a little bit windy, so there's going to be plenty for the athletes to take on. There'll be some big changes in the individual leaderboard today, with only the 2 best rounds in the grand final counting towards the overall. So Jean Lahair and Georgia Taylor-Brown are on top. But they've done both rounds thus far and can only improve then to 30 and 29 points respectively ahead of Toulouse, whereas Leonie Perriot, Fanny Zalai, Rosa Tapia, they can all launch themselves into contention with a good result, as can Toronto winner on debut Jolien Vermeulen, who is with Adam Leach right now.
Jolien, you come into this weekend with 1 SuperTri League race under your belt and 1 win. Can you give us some reflections on that day in Toronto?
Yeah, I think that day I had like one of the best days of my career. In the run, suddenly I felt like I could go hard and I could keep running until the end, or at least that was what I hoped for, and I'm glad it turned out well. So yeah, I was very happy to take the win there, and yeah, looking forward to the race today too.
Well, it's a big one for you here in Jersey, having skipped Chicago. You've got Jean Lahair and Georgia Taylor-Brown to chase down. Are you feeling any pressure for this one? Well,
and Leonie is here too. Plus, yeah, a lot of other athletes, like the world-class athletes, are here. So on one hand, like there is pressure, because I do want to race well and I do want to show that I can do this, which I'm not sure because I never did it like without the rest, but I really hope that it's gonna go well. On the other hand, like it's not really in my nature to stress so much before a race, so I think I did the preparations and just going all in and give all I have.
Well, thanks very much, Jolien, and best of luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
A super relaxed Jolien Vermeulen, and it's quite an interesting format to take on this course as well. As usual, 3 consecutive triathlons consisting of a 300-metre swim, a 4-kilometre 4-lap bike, and a 1.6-kilometre 2-lap run. Now you can follow the progress at the bottom of your screen. There are 3 short shoots on offer for the teams, earned by having one of their athletes first across the mountain line at the end of the first swim, bike and run. The course is the same as it used to be, but in reverse. And Brownlee Racing manager Tim Don explains.
I'm here at the Elizabeth Marina in Jersey, and this is one of the tightest swims. Getting that inside line is crucial. They come up at this wide exit, but don't be fooled, it's very slippy. And then they hit this slope. This is so steep, it is insane. They're gonna have to run up it 3 times and down it twice. It really is a brutal course. We go from the wide road to this really narrow out and back section. Your bike position is going to be crucial because once you come out the U-turn, the exit to this section is so tight, you need to be right at the front of your pack. As you come out the tight technical section on the bike, running down here is super fast, but you have to get the entrance into this roundabout right. If you come too tight, you're going to suffer on the exit. And once you hit wide, you're in all sorts of trouble, and that's where the crashes could happen. Then it's a slingshot all the way down to the finish. At the end of each of the 4 laps of the bike and 2 laps of the run, the athletes are going to come hurtling down here. Not only is it a wind tunnel, it's that drop in elevation. Especially on the run, leg speed is going to be crucial. To get to that line first, you need to have really high turnover and not look behind too much.
Thanks to Tim's hair, we can see how windy it is today, and it will be a real test for these athletes. Let's have a look at how they line up. Anna Godoy, the 2-time Olympian, 17th in Paris, she comes in. Maria Tomei, fastest bike split in Paris, look for her. And the Germans who are ever consistent. The sprint champ from last year, Annika Koch, and the former European sprint champion, Nina Im, is in. For Brownlee Racing, Tilly Annemer is back. She was a swim leader, picked up the points in the short shoot in Chicago. Vermeulen, the Toronto race winner, she missed the last race. She'll be looking for a big one here. And Fanny Zalai off the back of her 3rd in Chicago, a breakthrough. And they're joined by former SuperTri Junior who debuted in Chicago, Beth Cook. For Crown Racing, a late in, Sienna Stevens joins just a couple of hours ago after Nora Murr pulled out. So a big moment for her. Georgia Taylor-Brown, the 4th, aiming for her 4th overall title. Emma Jeffcoat, the only racer who's done all 5 Jersey races. And the Spaniard Miriam Casillas, a 3-time Olympian. For podium, the super swimmer from Slovakia, Zuzana Michaličková, is back. Jean Lahare, 2nd overall last year, and she'll be keen to keep the lead she has in the overall. Leonie Perriot in some kind of form as well after winning in Hamburg in the WTCS. And Nicole van der Kay is back after racing in 2022 and 2023.
Well, John, what an opportunity here for podium racing. You leapfrogged Crown in Chicago and a chance to stretch your lead here.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. We came into Chicago 20 points down out of Toronto and then came out of Chicago 8 points up, right? So that was a great opportunity for us. For us, I think the biggest difference is we showed up, right? We had our top team members show up, perform. Obviously, Alberto had a great race. John Lair had a great race. You look at John Reed and Taylor Reed, who worked really well together. That was a great race for us, and we're carrying that momentum here into Jersey.
I just need to ask you quickly about the conditions here. Obviously, we've had a lot of wind and rain. It's sunny now, but how do you think this plays into what we're going to see today?
Yeah, I mean, look, in some ways, this is SuperTri, right? It is all about epic conditions, really hard formats, and the athletes are used to this. They understand that these are the conditions they need to race in. Having said that, we spent a lot of time talking about the race tactics for today, which are very different than anything we've seen so far this season. So, tire pressure, mechanics, tactics, everything.
From John Anthony, who has a target on his back now after all the good work that his team did in Chicago. And you can see how they line up. Crown on the left and the inside shot from Brownlee Racing on the right, because there'll be 150 or so out to the first boy and turning left. And it's going to be a really interesting start to this. Annie Emerson joins me for this call, as she always does, the former world #1 duathlete. And it is time for On Your Marks. Let's get it underway for the 5th time in Jersey. Clean start for all 4. Sorry, it's Stars and Stripes on the inside shot, and a great start from one of the Stars and Stripes athletes who gets out to a little bit of clean water as the sun shines down. But Annie Emerson, we see the weather forecast there. I can tell you that means absolutely nothing in Jersey, because we have had some kind of rain and wind this morning, but it looks like a beautiful day now.
It looks like a beautiful day. You can't believe what went before this morning, because it was absolutely hammering down here about 30 minutes ago. But it's an island and the wind changes quickly. We're looking out at this field here of athletes, and this is an important part of the course, because some of the athletes that have gone really close to the pontoon, or rather the boys there, the boats, can get caught up there. And I was talking with Tim Don about it yesterday. So position on the pontoon vital. Brownlee Racing, though, that's a team to look out for in the water. Jolene Vermeulen is in great shape. Tilly Annemer as well, swimming really brilliantly at the moment.
Adam, down to you with Tim Don.
Tim, they're off and away here. What can you see and what's unique about this swim in the harbour here?
Well, the inside line definitely has the advantage as they're swimming to the first buoy on the left. But with Brownlee Racing and Crown on the outside, they're the fast swimmers, so they're coming right in front of everyone. So I think the first turning buoy is going to be carnage. It's who's got the elbows out, and then it will be a long line all the way to the finish.
Thanks, Tim.
Well, you can see there is a long line of athletes on the inside. One of the athletes from Stars and Stripes, Michaliskova's there, and then 3 athletes from Brownlee Racing. And around the outside, that's it. You can see Emma Jeffcoat getting pushed all the way back. She was in a group at the front there, and she's been pushed way back, the athlete from Crown Racing, as they make the first turn, and then they're going to turn back in. And now it's nice and calm and steady water, and now it's about getting into the work and making sure that you can get out well. Could that be Anna Godoy there, actually?
Yeah, Anna Godoy Contreras, who's come in after having not raced SuperTri for 4 years, is really in the form of her life and has really picked up her swim over the last couple of years. Emma Jeffcoat, though, a former surf lifesaver, is not having a great swim, and she's so important in Crown Racing for picking up those points in the swim section here, but not having a great swim. Tim was talking about keeping the inside line, but also you can get a little bit battered coming around that first buoy if you're too close.
Yeah, they were so close to each other turning that first buoy, and you can see the washing machine that really spat athletes out the back, and making sure you have that clean water so important, because those little moments can really turn into big deficits. The 90-second rule in effect, as it always is. So anytime through any lap through on the black carpet, if you're further than 90 seconds back, you are out of this one. And we have seen so many athletes get eliminated on this course. There was a time when I think Katie Zafiris a few years ago eliminated almost every other athlete, and then had basically a victory lap around when she was in the form of her life in maybe 2018 or 2019. And it is good to be back as the athletes from Brownlee Racing, I'd say that's Tilly Anima and Anna Godoy, fighting to get those swim points to add to their team. And it's going to be Godoy out first, then Anima in a slip then from one of the Brownlee athletes, who loses position to a podium athlete. But both Brownlee, Stars and Stripes and Podium all in good position, but we don't see any Crown athletes until Miriam Casillas out of the water there with Jeffcoat, and then Taylor Brown, and then Sienna Stevens, who came in only a couple of hours ago. Up the ramp they go for the first time, and it's Godoy and Anima at the front. Now, after they transition, the short chute is going to be on offer. So a smooth transition onto the bike here. They're going to pick up a short chute. It was Jolien Vermeulen, I have confirmation, that slipped after what was a good swim. She'll need to get back into her work, and she's back in a pack there with Beth Cook, John Lahair, Michaliskova as well, and Van der Kay. There is Zelai as well, and Casillas. So first out will be Stars and Stripes athlete Anna Godoy, picks up the short chute. Anima on next. 4 laps of the bike now. So Stars and Stripes, Parker Spencer will be happy. And now it's about getting on that bike and taking care of yourself, I think, on this first lap on what is ever drying, but still in patches, very wet ground from the rain this morning.
Yeah, it definitely has dried. I'm looking at Crown Racing, and I think Michael Gillingham is going to be really disappointed by the performance so far of his team. But I think that's a lot to do with the position that they were on the pontoon. I was really surprised to see Georgia Taylor-Brown there, one of the last on her bike. I must say, though, I mean, she's been doing so much racing, from SuperTri to gravel bike to the longer distance T100. And perhaps it's taking its toll now, but we can just see her coming into the picture. But not a great start for Crown Racing at the moment.
Yeah, and gigantic gaps as well, which we're going to keep monitoring, because it's very hard to get back once you're out 16 seconds across our 16 athletes coming out of the water, with Sienna Stevens at the back. And a 5-second penalty now we're hearing for Emma Jeffcoat as well. Not sure what it is for yet, but we'll bring that for you. So unfortunate for the Australian fans there, while Anna Godoy from Spain out the front and managing her way around that roundabout, which has seen so many victims over the years here in Jersey.
And even victims yesterday in the familiarisation as well. But luckily the sun's on the roundabout, and it is definitely drying out And we're just hearing there that the Jeffcoat has got the penalty for not doing her helmet up, and that really is a schoolgirl error, that one, because every athlete knows that when you pick up your bike, the helmet has to be strapped on tightly.
Yeah, she was disappointed too because she came to the first buoy in the top 6 and she came out of the water in 13th, so she had a tough second half of the swim, got caught up in the washing machine, and then under all that pressure made an error. So the athletes at the back, including Vermeulen, who leads a group of 4, trying to push up on John Lahair and erase this early gap to Godoy, because there's a second short shoot on offer at the end of this bike as well. So the athletes will be going for that. Godoy stays in control. 2 seconds back then to Lahair, and then a group, and Beth Cook's had a very good start. The 21-year-old has only got 1 race in the books in Chicago.
Well, they're all pretty strung out now. We can see some of the water that's left over from that massive downpour earlier on, but they are really single file. As we see Fanny Salai, we've got that brilliant 3rd place finish in Chicago just coming into our pictures. But at the moment, it's all about Spanish athlete that's come in for stars and stripes, racing really well so far here in Jersey. She hasn't ridden on this course before. Of course, it's the first time we're back here since 2021.
Well, Tilly Animas had some kind of a moment. She's moved back to last overall, 29 seconds in arrears after coming out of the water second. Nicole Vanderkay as well. She was about 4th or 5th out of the water. She's now in 15th, 23 seconds back. So something's happened on the first lap of the bike for those 2 athletes who are still in it. And that moves Sienna Stevens, the debutant, who got the phone call this morning, up into 14th position. Other names that are down the list too: Leonie Perriot in 11th overall, Fanny Salai in 9th, Vermeulen was in 8th, but it's all kind of pushing up together. And after the short shoot, manager Parker Spencer of Stars and Stripes will be happy. He's with Adam right now.
Parker, you brought in Anna Godoy for this race, and what an incredible start from her.
Yeah, super impressed with her right now. I recruited her months ago for this race, and so far so good. She's out there killing it, got the all-important short shoot. We'll need that later.
Thanks, Parker.
Confirmation that Tilly Anima overshot the last turn into transition and had to turn back, so she came in a little bit too hot, went off course and had to come back in. And now it's Georgia Taylor-Brown who has taken the lead in this one, so has caught Godoy, who had maybe 2 or 3 seconds, come through the pack, and Taylor-Brown. And this reminds me a little bit, because it's so wet, of Munich back in about 2022, when Georgia Taylor-Brown, with her superior bike handling skills, just disappeared from the rest of the field and made it a little bit like the Gonzalez Garcia race from Chicago. You never saw her again after that. It's not quite as bad as that, the conditions are, but she's certainly more confident on her bike, and maybe that comes from all that gravel racing, but also the experience of 10 or 15 years in the sport.
Absolutely, and I just think she's probably the strongest on the bike here, and I think bike skills, good bike handling skills, are going to be vital on this course.
There are the gaps. Vanderkay 28 seconds back. It's sad to see her, who's been such a key part of this series in 2022, 2023, was so strong, and that is Sienna Stevens getting a little bit of TV time. Fair play to her coming in with an hour or two's notice. She only turned up at the hotel about 90 minutes ago and said, "I'm here to race, I'm ready to go, put me in, coach." And that's what Michael Gilliam has done, and she is pushing her way around there. She's unfortunately isolated 17 seconds in arrears, while at the front, the dual Olympic medalist and multiple time winner of both this race and the championship overall lead. So from a tough start for Crown Racing to 1 and 2 at the moment, with Georgia Taylor-Brown and Miriam Casillas pushing on the bike to erase all of that gap that's happened in the swim, and really stringing out this mid-pack, who are struggling to stay in touch with the leaders. And Crown Racing know they need to do the job if they're going to come into Toulouse in any kind of chance of defending their title.
I think it's been a bit of a shock having a chat with Michael Gilliam. He doesn't like the position the team are in at the moment. They came into this series with such high hopes of taking another victory. But I caught up with John Anthony from Podium yesterday, and I tell you what, that man really means business, Will.
Well, speaking of meaning business, Michael Gilliam will be a little happier with this. You can see him there. He's about to talk to Adam Leach, and we'll head down to him now.
Michael, this seems to be going pretty well for you. 2 out the front here.
Not really going that well, but anyway, let's see what happens as he moves further into this race. Unfortunately, we picked up a 5-second penalty with the Pride of Jersey, Sienna. First race, big start for her, but unfortunately she mounted too early. Take a hit.
Thanks, Michael.
Well, that's news that's coming through. We'll confirm that if Sienna Stevens did also mount before the mount line and pick up a 5-second penalty, and that is being confirmed as well. So 2 5-second penalties for Crown, Emma Jeffcoat and Sienna Stevens. So they'll pay that at the penalty box, probably at the back end of this bike. We'll keep you posted on that. But the other two going well at the front, the experience of Taylor Brown and Miriam Casillas, with I think probably 5 or 6 Olympic appearances between them, are at the front. And then tucked in behind was your swim leader and the short shoot winner, Ana Godoy Contreras. And then Jean Lahare's tacked onto the back of that. She had a little moment there, didn't she, at the front?
She definitely did there, just coming around that roundabout there. She looked like the wheel slipped out slightly, but her bike handling skills have improved twofold. Great to see her out in front, but there's definitely a gap happening here, Will. Leonie Perriot is at the front of that chase group at the moment. She won't like where she is, but I think the water impacted some of the athletes. It's around about 18 degrees. They would have had to have waited on the start line, got a bit of a chill, and when you get an athlete, I think like Leonie Perriot, who's very lean, because we'd expect to see her right up at the front now.
All right, well, Crown Racing are in the box seat to pick up the second short shoot. Their short shoots have been few and far between in 2025, and off the bike they're doing before the turn, which is smart, and out they come. So these athletes were all getting caught up there, Lahare and Miriam Casillas, and Casillas loses a bit of time, and there'll be a chat about that after the race as Lahare wants to get this short shoot. The shoes go on for Georgia Taylor Brown. If she can get the New Balance on quickly, she's going to be able to take off quickly, but instead it's going to be Lahare, I think, that got it in the end. Very, very close between Lahare and Ana Godoy. A little bit slower for Taylor Brown, and then Casillas, well, she'll be disappointed she got caught up, but it looks like perhaps Podium Racing have picked up the second short shoot. Of course, if it was, yep, confirmation coming through in my ear right now. Jean Lahare gets it for Podium Racing. So Michael Gilliam will be livid about that. Maybe we'll make Adam talk to him again. The three of them now, with Casillas dropping off the back after that transition and actually getting overtaken by, I think, a Brownlee athlete in the back there. So Lahare and Taylor Brown, your two championship leaders on 26 and 24 points respectively, separated by Godoy coming into this one off the back of a great start.
Can't help but think that between Jean Lahare and Taylor Brown, this is where the title is going to come from, but a lot to play for still. And of course we have Toulouse coming up in a couple of weeks' time, but there have been a few casualties here, that's for sure. Fanny Salai's a little bit further down the field after that brilliant third medal podium finish in Chicago. Not having such a strong race here, these three. Do you think they're going to make a bit of a breakaway here, Will? Because this is looking interesting.
Well, there's so much quality in this. I mean, we've seen Jean Lahare in recent times just run away from field. She's got such a quick run, and now she really starts to put time in. You can see the pain on Godoy's face, but Lahare looks strong. She makes the turn and comes back. Taylor Brown, meanwhile, will know that she needs that other short shoot if she's going to compete with these guys at the front for the win on this race, and needs to come across the mount line first. Have a good transition, come across the mount line and back down into the water. As the other two already have a short shoot in their pocket, she needs one to match the three of them, and perhaps we could see a racing three unfold at the front over the course of the next 6 legs.
Wow, absolutely amazing. I mean, this race is going to be super tough, and we just hope the weather conditions are not going to change at the moment. The sun is shining. They're having to contend with much drier roads than we thought they might have done around about an hour ago. Look at Leonie Perriot, though. She's made up so much time in the last couple of 100 meters in this run.
Taylor Brown makes the turn, and she's in the lead at the moment. One more lap to go. Perriot has broken away from that group. Such a superb runner. Has picked up the run points in many a race in Super League. Never won one. Her best result, second. 3 Brownlee races stuck together. Zalai there with Cook and Vermeulen, and Michalitskova's having a tough run. She was in about 5th position. She's dropped down to 8th, 16 seconds in arrears, and Casillas has dropped in behind her as well. There is Emma Jeffcoat, top right. She's been spending her time in the penalty box. Stevens will come as well, and that's difficult for Jeffcoat, who has been dropping off the back of the run in recent times and trying to avoid the elimination flag. Perriot pushing up towards the back of this group of 3 now, and Jeffcoat 43 seconds back. The gap's getting big already. We're only on to the 4th of 9 disciplines, so I assume we're going to be seeing the flag towards the back end of this race.
Wow, and big gaps already. 44 seconds separating 13th place and first place in these early stages here. And we're just having a look at Leonie Perriot there. I mean, her running has her absolute strength, and she pulled back a huge amount of time. But interesting to see the 3 Brownlee athletes there have dropped off the pace, and they've got work to do on this run.
All right, up the front is Jean Lahair for podium race, and we're going to head back down now to Adam, who's got John Anthony, team manager.
John, Leonie Perriot, a slightly slow start from her, but wow, is she making up some time on this run.
Yeah, I mean, look, when we came into this race, we had planned on playing it slow, right? Meaning this is a race of attrition. We didn't need to get it all done in the first segment of this triathlon.
Some audio
We've got
issues
2 more
there,
segments to go, so they
we'll
only
try to
had
come back
be
to John
patient,
if we
and now
can.
she's using her run power to get there.
Thanks, John.
Apologies there, I wasn't hearing that audio, but everyone else in the world was, so we continue on. And Lahair looks like she's going to gap Georgia Taylor-Brown and make sure that her main title rival does not end up with a short shoot.
Well, Lahair is such a smart racer, she really is. She capitalises on every single opportunity she gets. And she certainly put a bit of daylight between herself and Georgia Taylor-Brown, who from Crown Racing, who's currently sitting in 2nd overall in the rankings.
All right, making the turn and making sure that no one else gets a short shoot. Jean Lahair is going to get into the water first, and she's going to pick up the last on offer. If she can transition well, which is only the shoes off in this case because they're carrying the goggles with them. She does, no problem. Podium Racing pick up 2. They can only use 1, of course, and John Anthony needs to decide who he's going to give that to, as does Parker Spencer, and now we get on with the racing. Leonie Perriot has erased the gap to Georgia Taylor-Brown. Meanwhile, Jean Lahair has opened the gap at the front, and down they go on what is a very, very steep and wet ramp back into the water. And then we are followed by 3 Brownlee athletes. So dangerous there. It looks as steep as it is on that shot, which is good to see. Normally it doesn't look as bad as it is in real life, but on that shot you can see just how gingerly they're heading down. 3 Brownlee athletes, and then a slip there from Annika Koch, but she manages to keep upright. It's not just the bike you have to worry about, is it, Annie?
No, I tell you what, that carpet can get really slippery sometime, and just watching Jean Lahair now dive into the water. She's got Gaudet Contreras from Crown Racing with her. I was going to say Crown Racing, it is Crown Racing.
Stars and Stripes Racing.
Stars and Stripes Racing. I can't keep up today, there's so much going on, but I tell you what a posting for Stars and Stripes. Parker Spencer really looking for a strong athlete. He said earlier that he was desperate to sign her up for this, and he did quite a while ago, and she's an athlete that over the years has taken time to find the form, but at the moment has really found the form of her life just in time for this race here in Jersey.
Right, well, there's 3 Brownlee athletes chasing this group at the front, and they really cannot afford to lose too many points. We'll head down now to their manager, Tim Don.
Tim, you've got 3 of your women here intriguingly placed in a group together. Do you think they can work to get back on?
Yeah, that'd be great if they could. On the swim, though, they can actually hinder each other by swimming 2s close, so they need to spread out or get on the feet. But the girls at the front are flying. These transitions are brutal, so long with this low tide here in Jersey.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, speaking of the low tide in Jersey, this island is 43 square miles, and at low tide it's 65 square miles. So it's not double, but it's nearly double the size at low tide. It's a 40-foot tide, the 3rd biggest tidal range in the entire world here in Jersey. It's just one of the many, many unique features of this incredible island. And unfortunately, she made it to the 4th discipline, which is excellent. But Sienna Stevens, who came in for Nora Murr about 11 o'clock this morning, has been eliminated. She's the first to be shown the flag. I'm not sure what that 5-second penalty wouldn't have helped, but I'm not sure if she had a further issue there. While at the front, Anna Godoy is showing her swim skill and just moving so well through the water with Jean Lahair on her hip, and then behind them Perriot and Taylor-Brown fighting as they have done so many times in the past. And the Brownlee athletes behind, including Zalai and Cook, and Zalai and Cook have pretty much evaporated that gap as well. You can see them in the back of the group there, so we might have more of a group on the bike in the second time around.
Well, I think so, definitely. And Vermeulen, we know, has a brilliant swim. So I imagine it's her taking her turn on the front and has pulled herself right back into this race now.
So, as it happens in SuperTri racing, the gaps grow, they disappear, the disciplines change, and those who are not on the 100% of their game drop right off the back and have early showers, while those at the front continue to make the form count. Two-time Olympian, raced for Spain in Tokyo and in Paris, where she had her best finish of 17th, Anna Godoy. She's competed in the SuperTri League before and in SuperTri E, where her best ever finish was third in Rotterdam back in 2021. Family of triathletes, the Godoy Contreras clan, her father and her brother, both international triathletes.
And she picked up a pretty decent 7th place in the recent World Triathlon Championship Series race in Kalavari, actually just a weekend ago. But this race now coming back together with 6 athletes in there, and there are 7 athletes, and that's great to see for Brownlee Racing, because at one point they looked like they were out of this. But they've got some really strong athletes in there, particularly with Fanny Salai and Jolene Vermeulen, and great to see Bethany Cook as well up there in the frame.
Yeah, Beth Cook, only 21 years of age, and she was someone who we first saw come onto the SuperTri scene through the junior races that we hold in here and in other places as well. As Godoy comes out of the water, there is Lahair, and now the Brownlee races have put themselves back into it, and there's Vermeulen, who's moved up from 6th or 7th into 3rd on the second swim. She had a tough first swim, great second swim, Cook behind her as well, and then Georgia Taylor-Brown, who hasn't been swimming the way she usually swims, or we're used to seeing her swim at this top-end type of 300-metre dash racing. She's been coming out of the water in sort of 15th and 14th, and then having to make the time back, and we'll see her do that again. Also, there is Zulai, who puts herself back in touch, and Leonie Perriot as well.
You know what, Georgia Taylor-Brown took a long time out of swimming earlier on this year when she was just focusing on the bike. And we're seeing the chasers coming out of the water now. Let's have a little look what the gap is, but it's a reasonable one because our leaders are already in transition.
Now, Jean Lahair had a fantastic transition. She's lucky to have the spot right at the end there, and she's done it well before. Godoy does it better, though. She comes out first, then Lahair, then Cook, who's had a good one, Vermeulen, Perriot, and Taylor-Brown. They are your top 7, and there is nothing but daylight behind them, and if they can work together, they can really start to push that lead out. As the other athletes, there is Anima coming up as well, who had such a good start. And Jeff Coate, who looks like she's doing the travelator up there. It's very steep. She's like she's running up the side of a mountain. It's the same for everybody when they come up that one. It's not easy.
Have you run up it? Because I tell you what, it is absolutely brutal.
It's not good, is it?
No, and they've got to go up there 3 times, come down 2 times.
Even our photographers have to run up there as well. So we saw that as well. So the photographer in the race. We had a jogger in the race in Chicago, if you remember that.
We did. I don't know what he was doing on that bike course.
I hope that guy's had a hard look at himself.
And Vermeulen has had a shocking transition. She was right up there in the swim, and she's completely off the pace now.
Well, she was 3rd when she came out of transition, so maybe an issue there for Jolien Vermeulen. Meanwhile, Cook's on the front ahead of Godoy as they head back down now to the roundabout for the first time in this second bike leg. So Jolien Vermeulen all on her own. Not sure if she had a little slip out there. She wouldn't have come all the way off the bike unless she was on there quick. We've seen it happen before. And they ease their way around a drying one. And that's Fanny Salai, who's come off the bike now. Unfortunate after her best race. She's only got one shoe on as well. Let's see how she comes back into this one. But the 17-year-old has found the tarmac here, the first one to do so.
We knew that that was going to be a possibility here today. The roads have been pretty treacherous. It's no one's fault, but they are wet and greasy. And
the wind, look at that. Not helpful either.
Nope, but the sun is still shining. Well, let's not jinx it.
All right, so Fanny Salai, a lot of people will be disappointed to see that. There she goes past the crowd. We're going to head down now to Adam, who has Sienna Stevens, the eliminated athlete, with him.
Sienna, what an absolutely crazy day for you, getting the call up and then racing in an event like this in your hometown. How does it feel, and what was the experience like?
It's just been a bit of a whirlwind, really. I did the race for the kids this morning, part of a long run, tons of training. Got home and the call came through that there's the opportunity to, and then we're kind of waiting and that it could be up to an hour till I find out. And I think even just like having that call, I was like, whoa, wow. I was going to be down here to watch, and for Jersey and the triathlon community, it's such a big thing here. I was here watching the last time it was over. I had face paint, got all the autographs, so to be a part of it, it's like the biggest honour, and like I couldn't believe it really when the call came through, and yeah, to be able to do it in front of all my friends, family, teachers, coaches, it's so amazing.
Well, congratulations, Sienna, well done.
Thank you very much.
What a moment, and how good. Jersey seems to be the birthplace of a few incredible athletes. I remember seeing a young man that we didn't really know called Hayden Wild race here at one point, and he had a similar, he finished 6th overall, beat Mario Mola back in about 2018, and he looked about the same age as Sienna does now, and he's gone on to win basically everything since then. And Matt Hauser the same, he was the one who turned up at the first time, and now he's on the cusp of winning a World Championship title, so maybe we'll be hearing the name Sienna Stevens in the years to come.
Absolutely, and what a great story. She was out with the children racing this morning. They've had the kids races, they've had the 5K and the 10K, and there she was adding on one of the races to her long run. I was there when she got the call, and I tell you what, it was absolutely battering down with rain, but for her to turn around and say, you know what, I'll be there, you know, what a great thing. And as you said, you know, we will see a lot more of her in the future, but right now it's all about GTB coming around on the black carpet here. Jolene Vermeulen there, she's just hanging on, isn't she? She's a few seconds down. She has made up some time. I think she must have had a bit of a mishap in transition because she lost an awful lot of time there, having come out of the water in 3rd place.
Yeah, but she could probably run and swim her way back into it as we head towards the second half of this race. We're going to be finding out very soon who are the short shoots, but there's a lively triathlon community here in Jersey. Look how windy that is and how tough it is to get around, but great community of athletes here in Jersey. Obviously, Ollie Turner was part of it in the early days as well, and why not? There's 360 miles of roads here in Jersey, and 47 of them have been designated green lanes, and the speed limit is 15 miles an hour, so it's almost a cyclist's paradise in terms of what kind of training you can do here in the beautiful island of Jersey. Tomei makes the turn and looks to, along with a group of 2, with Michalichkova there off the back, looks to make a bigger group with Fanny Zalai, who is doing her absolute best to stay in this one, stay level-headed and limit the damage because she wants to make her way up the leaderboard before the grand final in Toulouse, and we're going to see that crash again in just a second and what happened to Fanny Zalai. And disappointing for her because, of course, she had such great 3rd place in Chicago behind Jean Lahair and Georgia Taylor-Brown. And those 2 obviously leading this title. We'll see in the box there on the right what happened to Fanny Zalai. She went past, and that's a very odd one, actually. Just lost the front. It wasn't even really into the main part of the turn.
No, that was interesting to see. I'm trying to work out what happened. I think I'd have to look at that again. I certainly know that Tim Dunn would be someone who would give us a really good point on what happened there. But Fanny Zalai, what an athlete. She started racing SuperTri when she was 15, got a 3rd place in the E-race in Switzerland.
There's your gaps. It was a group of 7. It's now down to a group of 4 as we head towards the end of the bike. There is Zalai, who's trying to make her way back into it with Tomei Casillas, who had trouble in transition, and Michalichkova. We're going to head back down now to Adam, who is with the leading manager at the moment, but he doesn't have representation in the top 3, John Anthony.
John, you've got one heck of a decision here for the short shoot. What are you thinking?
Yeah, right now I'm deciding between Jean Lahair and Leonie Perrault. Jean is in a good position to take the overall series, but we may need to give it to Leonie depending upon how the swim goes. So I'm waiting to the very last second to make this decision.
Well, nerve-wracking, John. Good luck.
Thank you.
It's a good position to be in, though, when you've got 2nd and 4th overall at the moment, and Anna Godoy has dropped all the way back to 19 seconds in arrears. So those 4 have really put the time in on this bike and pushed extremely hard to make sure they've got a 75% chance, each of them, of ending up on the podium as everyone tacks onto the back then of Fanny Zalai, Tomei Casillas and Michalichkova in the mid-pack on the 4th of 4 laps here in Jersey for the 5th time. The only race to have held, or the only venue to have held a race 5 times. And long may it continue, because we all particularly love this race. Feels like the spiritual home. In fact, it was the first place that we had a full round back at the end of 2017. After our test event back in Hamilton Island, Australia, we all came here and had the full complement of men and women back in 18, 19 and 2021 when we ran this course in reverse. Actually, so normally they're trying to negotiate this turning right. They're turning left around the roundabout this time, and it hasn't caused any mishaps just yet.
Annie Valoi having a little look around now. Is anyone going to come through and help her? So we have Cook up there, Perriot up there, Lahair, Taylor Brown now as they shoot out onto the run. And it is Perriot who's just a little bit slow in transition.
Well, the gap there, as you can see, between the top two and the second two was 6 seconds, and it still remains as such after some clean transitioning. Cook is having the race of her life after only debuting in Chicago. She's amongst some of the best, or there's undoubtedly three of the best short course triathletes in the world. In Georgia Taylor Brown on the front now taking control of this one, and then Jean Lahair. Jean Lahair's on 26 championship points. Taylor Brown on 24. If Taylor Brown can win this one, she will end up on 29 points, of course, with only 2 of the 3 counting before the grand final. And Lahair, if she finishes second, will also be on 29 points and will be set up for one of the cracking finishes in Toulouse. Perriot goes past Cook for third, and Podium will then extend their lead in the overall if it stays like this, with second and third. And Beth Cook looks like she has spent a fair few of her matches to stay in control, but fair play to her, she's sitting in 4th position.
Yeah, just 21 years of age, and she did win some SuperTri League junior events back in 2019 and 2021, but she's learning with every race. But I tell you what, Georgia Taylor Brown really does mean business. She wants to get rid of Jean Lahair by the looks of things. She fancies a go of time trialing the last swim, bike and run. She's done it before. She won titles in 21, 22 and 24. She wants another title, Will, without a doubt. She hasn't enjoyed the fact that she's had to sort of sit back a bit. She hasn't been so dominant this year. She did get a second place in Chicago, but we've talked about the time that she sat out of swimming and she was doing a lot of gravel racing earlier on in the year. She's done some long distance stuff as well with T100. I thought she'd done a lot of racing, but it seems to have done her absolutely no harm.
Well, the hair's just tacked straight onto the back of her now. It might be the foreshortening effect of the thing, but I think they're right together, and that's not a bad. I mean, always coming into the back end of these things and coming down that hill, Lahair makes time. She did it at the end of the last run. She's now erased the 10-metre gap and gotten back in front. So Jean Lahair, who was forced into second at the grand final last year by Georgia Taylor Brown by the barest of margins, has now put herself back in front and wants to go in to Toulouse with the full complement possible of 2 race wins. Having won last time out in Chicago, she wants to take the 30 and take a little 2-point advantage over Taylor Brown into the last race and make it a mathematical issue for Taylor Brown, and know that with a win she can win the whole thing in Toulouse at home, which is where she lives in the south of France.
And wouldn't she like that?
Perfect for her.
Wouldn't she like that? And so would John Anthony as well, the team manager from Podium Racing. She did win there in Toronto in 2024, I think it was, wasn't she? She took victory there.
So, Taylor Brown with the swim cap on. Jean Lahair focusing on hers. We're going to go down to MG and ask how he's seeing this one with Adam.
Michael, you've got a lot of hopes pinned on Georgia here, I would say.
Not really. We got a lot of hopes in Miriam as well. You know, we need the 2 of them up there. I'm most probably going to lose another one on the cutoff, so it's right on the borderline for that. We've had a bad start with the unfortunate withdrawal, so we'll get there. We'll get there.
Thanks, Michael.
All right, just as Georgia Taylor Brown in the first laps tried to steal a march on Lahair, Lahair has the top end run. There's no question about it. She's in all sorts of run form at the moment, and we'll see her start to eliminate athletes as she is running, 3-minute kilometres or under and running away from Georgia Taylor Brown.
It's technically, this run course actually really suits her because there's a real art to running downhill, and she's getting Georgia Taylor Brown every time on the downhill section, starting to come through towards the end of this run, and she'll get her hat and her goggles on for the last time. But at the moment, she's looking invincible. I mean, how things change in a matter of minutes.
We're talking 800 metres, and again, Emma Jeffcoat gets the elimination flag, and again it's at the second run, which seems to be the Achilles heel for the Australian athlete. And Jean Lahair at the front, she'll be wondering, am I going to get the short shoot? I need to get the short shoot over Georgia, so I've got a little gap, whereas Georgia Taylor-Brown needs to make sure that it's Leonie Perriot that gets it, although Perriot's had some sort of a run. And you can see her in the background now trying to push up on the Crown athlete and make it a 1-2. Her best ever result was Toronto. Leonie Perriot, where she finished second. She'll want to at least match that.
And the athlete that's come right back into this as well is Nicole van der Kay as well. Anna Godoy-Contreras has dropped off now. I think she looked a little bit tired on that run. The swim and the bike, far more her forte. But Leonie Perriot has run herself right back into this. She's such a tough competitor.
Confirmation then that Parker Spencer has decided to give Anna Godoy the short shoot. So she's got 9 seconds at the moment over Nicole van der Kay. That is in the fight for 5th and 6th position. They are important points overall for Stars and Stripes, who are trying to eliminate the gap on Brownlee Racing. So Beth Cook is the one who's going to score big points for Brownlee Racing at this point, but there is plenty that can change between now and then. And the question is, what kind of a swim can Jolyon Vermeulen have as she tries to find her way back into this one? Into the water by herself goes Jean Lahair. Then comes Taylor Brown. We're into the final swim, bike and run. The short shoot, we still don't know whether it's going to be given to Perriot or Lahair, but we do know that the short shoot is going to Anna Godoy. And in the new splits, Godoy 4th overall, sitting there with Cook, Vermeulen right behind. So those three can work together on the swim to stay away from the chasing pack. So the fight, I guess, between Crown and Podium is in that 1, 2 and 3 position, and then the fight between Brownlee and Stars and Stripes is in the 4, 5, 6 position. All those points that an athlete earns individually go into the team pot.
But it is another great day for podium racing, certainly in this women's race here right now, with 2 of John Anthony's athletes in the top 3. And a short shoot has been given to Perriot from Podium Racing.
Well, that, you know, I like that because that could really end up in a proper sprint finish, because if it was given to Lahair, that might give her a little bit of a gap. But we're going to find out how this one plays out. So these three, only Perriot has the short shoot. So we're going to head down now to Parker Spencer and hear from him as we watch these athletes swim for the last time.
Parker, you've given Anna Godoy the short shoot here, and there's also a little bit of drama with her bike going on in transition. Can you talk us through these?
Yeah, we checked both of the tire pressure in both tires, and it had less than 20 PSI in both tires, so we pumped it up to make sure she had a little bit more in it. She pointed at both of her wheels when she came back in, so the mechanic pumped them up for us. But she's having a great race. She's sitting in 4th right now. I think she can run herself to a podium.
Thanks, Parker.
Unfortunate for Godoy. We can see why she lost the time there, because she was having quite the race. Meanwhile, Annika Koch, another Stars and Stripes athlete, has found the elimination flag as well, and so has Tilly Anima. You can see there. So 2 Crown athletes and 2 Stars and Stripes athletes out of this one, 12 left in the race.
We knew this was going to be a tough race, didn't we? We certainly did. I'm amazed that we've still got as many athletes in it as we have. Thank goodness the rain stopped. Tell you what, Will, I'm curious as to why John gave the short shoot to Leonie Perriot, because I would have thought you would be looking...
Look, I think she can run away into a 1-2 here. I think, I don't know. Look at this. I mean, take your pick. Lahair won it, so normally a less brave manager would go, I don't really know who to give it to, so I'll give it to the athlete that won it for us, and then we'll go to John Lahair. But John Anthony is a thinker, and he's not worried about it. He runs it very much like a business. There's no loyalty to one athlete or another, or there's no emotion in it. It's very much about it, and we've seen how good Leonie Perriot's run is, and she could legitimately win this from the back
100%.
if she runs well, gets the short shoot, takes that in transition on the first lap of the run, and runs away from the other 2. And then we know Jean's a great runner, so really, at the moment, a 1-2 for podium is really in the offing.
Yeah, I think that it looks to me as if though GTB tried to break Jean Lahair's spirit on that run when she went off to see if
the other
she
way,
could,
didn't it?
It did go the other way, and so it looks like she hasn't quite got the form on the run that she wants. I'm so impressed with Leonie Perriot's swim though, because she's never been known as a strong swimmer, and there was a gap, and she's managed to swim herself back into this race now.
Really unique swim stroke too. Look at her left arm.
It's quite straight, isn't it?
One's got whirling around like a helicopter blade. And it works though, doesn't it? She's gone past Georgia Taylor Brown, who's got a completely different stroke.
It's amazing.
It's interesting, I mean, as a man who swims like a turtle.
That's not true. Well, I've seen you swim. You're doing okay.
But there we go. We're in podium 1-2, and they are going to be, well, having one hand on the championship trophy. Podium racing. They went from 3rd to 1st in Chicago overall, and now they're 1 and 2 coming out of the water. Taylor Brown in 3rd. We'll see what she's got on the bike, Taylor Brown, because she knows that maybe she doesn't have the run for the other two as they go up the ramp for the last time. And we are into the business end of this one with 3 of the great triathletes in modern times. Jean Leher, who has twice been a race winner. She was 2nd overall last year, denied at the death. Leonie Perriot has never finished higher than 2nd, which she had in Toronto. She's a long-time SuperTri racer. And Georgia Taylor Brown, who's had probably more races than any other female in SuperTri. She's been a real fixture and a 3-time championship winner. Godoy then, Vermeulen and Cook are in a group of 3 together. And they are a good 15 seconds or more behind. You can see the gap there as the front 3 come into transition, making sure they get everything right, doing the helmet up before they head out. Leher has a good one, good flying mount as well, feet straight into the shoes, and all of these little moments are important. You can see the shoe not done up there with the rubber bands because, of course, the managers are not allowed to do that anymore, touch the bike, so it's a little harder to get the shoes in. Zelai in 7th coming up the ramp, and she's trying to stay in this one. And then Miriam Casillas, who's had a difficult mid-pack race after losing touch with the front runners.
The transitions are really interesting in SuperTri. They really are. Leher somehow, every single time, nails it. And I've noticed that Perriot and Taylor Brown have been losing time in transition. And we can see this because Jean Leher now has daylight. These two will work together, though, and I think they will get back onto the wheel of Leher. But they've given themselves work to do, and that just all happened in transition.
Well, they call it the 4th discipline in normal racing. It's probably the first of the 4 disciplines in SuperTri racing because there's 8 transitions to deal with, and getting everyone exactly right is important if you're going to stay anywhere near the front. And Jean Leher has a little march on her competitors now. Maybe it's 5 seconds. She's got to get this right and make the turn well on an ever-drying and ever-changing bit of track here at the southern end of the track. And she leans into it and heads around well. Taylor Brown has the luxury of taking the line of Perriot, and they head back through the wind. Do you think they get? Oh, she might stay away here.
She might do, but she's more tentative on the bike than the other two. Jean Leher's a great rider, but by her own admission, she doesn't like the more technical courses, and you can see the way she doesn't look as secure for me when she goes into the bend. The elbow's almost leaning downwards, and you don't really want to see that because that's when the back wheel can slip. But she's such a strong rider, so it will only be seconds that she will lose. But we can see now Georgia Taylor Brown going, no way, you are not riding away from me. And rather Perriot and GTB are nearly on the wheel of Leher again.
I'm absolutely blown away by the crowd that has come out, considering the tempestuous hurricane we had a couple of hours ago. They turn out in Jersey, and one man who's down there is Adam Leach.
John, the excitement's building there. You just cheered your athletes through here. How do you see the state of this race?
Yeah, look, there's some racing left to do here, right? But Jean and Leonie are in a great place. Leonie has the short shoot. This is where fans need to pay attention. Leonie needs to let Georgia Taylor Brown do the work on this so that she can save her legs going onto the run. This is what race tactics are about in SuperTri.
Thanks, John.
He intimidates me, John Anthony.
I'm not going to argue with him. I tell you what.
Yeah, he's a very intimidating man. He's too smart for me.
He's a very, very committed manager. He really is. But across the board, why I think he's intimidating. He loves his athletes, really. I was talking to him about how he's looking at the long term in SuperTri up until 2028 LA. And so John Anthony, a very serious but committed manager. And there's no stones left unturned when it comes to his preparation of his athletes.
I'm hearing that Nina Im has joined the elimination list. So the second of the 2 Stars and Stripes Germans is out, and he just shows you. I mean, Nina Im is a former European sprint champion, and Annika Koch is a national sprint champion. They can't keep up with these athletes at the front, such is the pace. And there you go. Taylor Brown has taken and made that gap disappear. So Michael Gilliam will be happy. Maybe, maybe not. Let's find out.
Well, Michael, John just said that the smart move for Leonie is to sit in behind Georgia and let her do all the work. I mean, is that how you see how this is going to play out, or will Georgia be a bit more canny?
Well, she never does any work anyway, so there's nothing unusual about that. So it is. She's 1 against 2. If they're smart, that's how they should play it. So I don't think there's anything new there.
Thanks, Michael.
That's a bit harsh.
Oh, it would be unlike an Australian to speak their mind. Well, there you go. The fighting words are out. I tell you, some people, you sometimes see online, the team thing's made up. It doesn't make it. I tell you what, they care so much.
Oh my
so
goodness.
much. And the team bonding here and the way the teams are pitted against each other, it's real. It's not made up one bit.
It is so real. The mind games that Michael Gillian plays with the athletes as well. You watch him around the hotel, just giving them the eye, giving them the look, trying to unnerve them the day before the race. I tell you what, he doesn't take any prisoners.
All right, we're really at the back end now. A couple of laps to go and then a run to the finish. And Taylor Brown, she's in front. Has to have a gap there, though, Georgia Taylor Brown. She knows she doesn't have the run of the 2 podium athletes behind her. And, well, she does in sometimes, but maybe not at this exact juncture in her career. The other 2 are very fleet of foot, and Georgia Taylor Brown probably doesn't quite have the run speed to match the 2 of them, at least in the last couple of runs. So she needs to dig in on the bike, give herself a little gap and be able to control it somewhat. And we've seen over these exact streets in the past wins by some of the biggest names that have gone on to huge things in triathlon. We've seen Christian Blumenfeld win here. We've seen Vincent Lewis win here. We've seen Katie Zafiris win
Alex
here.
Yee has won
Alex
here.
Yee has done the job here as well. What we haven't seen is Johnny Brownlee do the job yet, but it might only be half an hour away. Taylor Brown has done it before. Can she do it again? Lahair and Perriot certainly haven't had a taste of winning in Jersey before. And of course, this is a home race advantage, because even though it's just off the coast of France, Jersey is very British, having chosen many years ago, in fact in 1204, allegiance to the English crown over Normandy. So not officially part of the European Union, and it's a crown dependency. Jersey, unique in so many ways, and that is just one of them. But they'll be cheering on Georgia Taylor Brown, and well, maybe a portion of them will be cheering on Leonie Perriot as a Frenchwoman.
Well, you would imagine so, definitely. And just having a look at Vermeulen there and Cook. Cook is having a fantastic race, and this is looking really good for her for future races. Actually, I think she needed this kind of race to boost her confidence, and it's great to see Vermeulen. It hasn't gone completely to plan for her after that absolutely brilliant victory in Toronto on her debut in SuperTri, but she's hanging on in there for sure. I tell you what though, Will, Georgia Taylor Brown, I was chatting with her dad last night in the hotel, and I said I thought she was on a bit of a break this year after her bronze medal at the mixed relay in Paris, and she was just going to have a think about life. She has raced out of her skin. She's raced long, she's raced biking.
For 6 months she was out.
She was. She took some time out, and then she just missed it so much. This is what she loves, and I'd love to see her with slightly better run form, because I think she's going to have her work cut out come this final run. But who knows? It is Georgia Taylor Brown. She has 3 Olympic medals to her name, and absolutely anything is possible, but I think the run is going to be tough for her.
Yeah, look, I mean, she tried to break the other 2 and then she couldn't, so in effect all she's been able to do is drag them around somewhat, which is probably the opposite of what she hoped for. But now it's about making sure that transition is smooth, and the queen of transitions is always Jean Lahair. Jumps off beforehand, carries the bike around on the outside, which is the right way to do it. Perriot takes a bit of the A-frame with her from My Whoosh. Doesn't seem to stop her before, and it reminds me of what happened with Georgia Taylor Brown last time we were here. In fact, running into one of those A-frames and then taking the short shoot at the wrong time and causing all sorts of controversy, but that's behind us now. And look at that transition from Jean Lahair. She has pretty much put it to bed in just that moment. Taylor Brown comes out with Perriot together, but sprinting out of transition is Jean Lahair, and she wants another win to add to hers from last round.
I mean, there was a display of a perfect transition. And Leonie and Georgia are such talented athletes, but they fumbled, and you lose a few seconds and it's game over when you've only got a mile of running.
I don't even know if they fumbled that bad. I just think Jean Lahair's transition was so fast, it's not possible. It's almost like a Red Bull racing pit stop in 2 seconds, making all the other 3-second pit stops look ridiculous.
I mean, I feel a bit harsh to Georgia Taylor-Brown and Lahair, because you're absolutely right. You watch Alex Yee and he does the same. He makes the other guys look super slow in transition. But Jan Lahair, I wonder what she thought when she found out she didn't have the short shoe.
I can tell you the gap's obviously coming up as 0 on the top left of your screen, but Jean Lahair is now 5 seconds ahead of Taylor Brown and Perriot, and then it's a further nearly 30 seconds, no, over 30 seconds back to Beth Cook, who's 3 seconds ahead of Jolie and Vermeulen. So Nina Ime is still coming up on the timing screens, which is putting everything out, but I can tell you that is the gaps just at the moment, at the start of this run, and Lahair is immediately 5 seconds. There is your 4th and 5th placed athletes from Brownlee Racing. And then behind them is Miriam Casillas and Maria Tomei, who's nearly 2 minutes back. No, nearly a minute and a half back. But is going to pick up important points for Brownlee Racing if she can avoid elimination at the end of this one lap. So, Lahair in the lead, around 1 kilometre to go. She comes down back into transition once again, and she is absolutely sprinting. Perriot has moved past Taylor Brown and could equal her second position from Toronto, and there will be huge points on offer for John Anthony. Leonie Perriot has got a short shoot as well, and suddenly it's a master stroke from the manager.
It absolutely is indeed. What is going to happen here? Leonie Perriot is about to take the short shoot, but at the moment it's Lahair who's definitely in the lead. But Perriot is going to pull back a bit of time here, but it's not going to be enough.
Oh, it's going to be a gap on Taylor Brown, though.
It is certainly going to be a gap, but I think that Georgia Taylor-Brown has already settled for third. She just doesn't quite have the run legs.
No, she doesn't. And now the question is, can Leonie Perriot challenge her teammate at the front? Probably the 2 fastest runners in short course triathlon at the moment, Leonie Perriot and Jean Lahair, both French, although now Jean Lahair races for Luxembourg. We'll head back down now to John Anthony, who'll no doubt feel smug on the inside, but he won't let us know it. He's with Adam.
John, you've had your head in your hands here, but with excitement as well. And what a good decision it looks like to give Leonie that short shoot now.
Yeah, look, the race isn't over yet, so I'm not declaring any victories, but it seems like it may have been the right decision. We'll see what happens.
Thanks, John. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Okay, despite the short shoot, I'm hearing that Anna Godoy has been eliminated, such as the pace at the front. So she pushed incredibly hard. I don't know if she had a moment there on the bike, but she's come through and been eliminated. So dropped down the field. Unfortunate for Anna Godoy, who was so strong. And now it looks like Georgia Taylor-Brown is going to need to settle for third, as Annie Emerson just said. And disappointing for her, I suppose, although she's already picked up a second place, so she'll pick up good points to stay in the championship race. And Lahair, having won last time out, will go back-to-back with her victories and take the full complement of 30 points and a nice little gap. And in fact, Leonie Perriot might even, I think she will move into second place overall, because she's taken 2 second placings. She'll be on 28. Taylor Brown, I think, will end up maybe on 28 as well. With, I don't know, I'm not very good at maths, to be honest, but Lahair will end up on 30. I know that much.
We will dissect it at the end of today. And of course, going into Toronto, they get points and a quarter, don't they? So, but I think
Toulouse, yeah.
So that's, what did I see? Toronto. No, Toronto is the first race, but in Toulouse, it's points and a quarter. I think Perriot not giving up, but let's have a look what happens here. She comes down.
Well,
to the
she has a look behind her. She knows there's absolutely no one. She has a little smile. There's a huge crowd in Jersey, and they're going to welcome the Luxembourg athlete from Podium Racing. She's going to go back to back. Jean Lahair will lead into the grand final. She's got one hand on the championship, and she does it here in Jersey. Leonie Perriot is going to come in having gapped Georgia Taylor-Brown for second. Her run saves her yet again. Another second placing. She moves right into championship contention. Podium 1-2, crown in third. Taylor-Brown here at home picks up a podium, and there is no one who is as good as these three.
Wow, she worked hard, Georgia Taylor-Brown, didn't she? She looks tired, but another podium finish. So great result for the British athlete, and crown really hanging by a thread now. I don't know what Michael Gilliam's going to say, but at the moment, this team title is really looking good for podium at the moment.
Well, I think John Anthony has taken the mantle from Tim Don as the athlete, the manager who puts the most in, although Tim Don is incredibly committed as well to his Brownlee Racing team, and they come across in 4th and 5th. Jolene Vermeulen adds a 4th to her win in Toronto, and Beth Cook has the race of her career, the 21-year-old, to come across the line and see the quality around her. 1 minute and 1 second back in 5th. You can see how quick they were at the front because a minute separates the top 5, and there is no one else except for those 3 in the far distance who are on their way down in front of this big crowd. It's a sprint finish. They have been stuck together the entire time. Maria Tomei, Fanny Zalayan, Miriam Casillas, they're going for 6th to 8th position in crucial points, and it's going to be the pipe-sized rocket. Tomei is going to take it ahead of Zalayan. You're going to face, and Casillas comes across the crown in 8th position. Well, incredibly important there for Stars and Stripes. Their best athlete in 6th. They're going to fall behind Brownlee even further. Zalai manages to outsprint the 3-time Olympian, and then the 3rd podium athlete, Michalichkova, comes in 9th. 1 minute and 55 in arrears, and I think those 9 athletes are the only athletes left in this race, such as the brutal nature of the racing at the front has eliminated athletes. And Vermeulen, I backed her for this one, and I think she had a moment or two, and that was enough to cost her a podium. But she has a bit of a post-race, post-mortem with Tim Don, and it's all about Toulouse now.
John, congratulations. I mean, you must be getting used to this.
No, look, the congratulations really goes to the team. We show up as a team every day. If you look at what happened with Jean and Leonie, right? I was on the fence, and my phone was blowing up about making the wrong decision by giving Leonie the short shoot. And it was a chance that we took. But Jean and Leonie understand that that's the kind of sacrifice we want to make as a team to make sure that we are scoring as a team and not just focus on individuals. So, yeah, this is what we're here for.
I mean, you must be excited about the teams, but wow, that women's individual now, I mean, it's going to be a straight shootout between 2 of your athletes as well as a few others out in Toulouse. What a way to set that up.
Yeah, look, it's a great problem to have. I'll be very clear, I'm not focused on the individuals, right? We're focused on the team win here. This is a David and Goliath story, in my opinion. We don't have the kind of funding that Crown has, but we are showing up with a team spirit. We're showing up with tenacity, and I think we race really smart. We've got the men's race coming up, so you know that we're not declaring a victory at this point, but we're feeling good about heading into Toulouse.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised you're feeling good, John. It's quite remarkable there. And those 2 athletes, how do you keep that team spirit when they're going to be such tight rivals now for a big title?
Yeah, look, for me, it's about transparency, right? It's about what we're building. And I've been very clear, this model may not be for every athlete. Not every athlete's going to look at what we're trying to do for the team versus the individual and decide this is for them, and that's okay. I'm very clear about our mission. We talk about it before race and after race at every opportunity we can. So they're bought in.
Yeah, no, I think we're seeing that, right? In the performances, like you said, it's not just the individuals here. There's a real sense of team about your squad as well.
Yeah, that's right. And look, I don't take that for granted. Outside of SuperTri, these athletes race as individuals in the World Triathlon events, and that's how they're geared. That's what they think about going into and out of those races. So when we come here, it's an important context switch. They need to flip it over and start operating as a team, right? And that happens off the course, and it happens on the course.
Well, many thanks, John, and congratulations again. A great day for you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
The team spirit certainly alive and well at podium racing, and there is the moment where another yellow tape goes to Jean Leher, 2 in a row, and then Leonie Perriot comes across the line, and we're going to head down back to Adam, who has our race winner right now.
John, I mean, this is an incredible run of momentum for you here. How does it feel?
Yeah, it's been great, and like we did 1st and 2nd, so that's good. I have to say, like knowing Leonie at the short shoot, I was happy for us, but personally I was shit, she will beat me, but I had to do a great transition and a start of the run really hard, but in general I had a great race, so I'm quite happy. Knowing that at the beginning I was really afraid of crashing, probably because of last week in Calgary. So I was almost crying before the race by stress, but at the end it went well, so I'm happy.
And you've put yourself individually into an incredible position now going into Toulouse. The excitement must be building here.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's never finished until it's finished, and with my background in Toulouse, I'm like not super confident. But at least I did the maximum I could do before to go there, and now it's kind of finger crossed for Toulouse.
Many congratulations, John. Another fantastic win there. And we'll bring in your teammate now, Leonie. Wow, you made one heck of a race of that. I mean, you seemed to fall a little bit behind early on, and then, wow, you just came through.
Yeah, yes, the first step is very hard for me because the water is very cold, and for the second, I am good. And okay, let's go for the girl to keep my position.
Yeah, and you owe John a little thank you as well for earning that short shoot that you had there.
Yes, short shoot for me. Thank you, Jean. And finally, it's not. This is good for me because my second position is the same after Toronto, and I think I'm second in general, and maybe the win with the podium racing is a good day finally.
Yeah, well, many congratulations, Leonie, and you're in a great position for Toulouse as well, so very well done to you. And now we'll just bring in Georgia. Georgia just coming in here. Georgia, talk us through that one.
Oh, that was hard. Again, terrible first swim. What's new there? And then, yeah, I just wanted to try and break it on the bike a bit. So I worked my way all the way to the front. I think I was pretty much last on the bike, and I managed to get to the front by the second lap. So I just did my best. Like, I know my running's not there compared to Jeanne and Leonie. So I just thought I'm going to have to try and drill it on the bike and break the groups up a bit, which I think I did. But yeah, it wasn't quite enough today.
But you're still right there. You're still bubbling under, and there's one race to go. There's enhanced points, we know, in the grand final. You're still in with a shot.
Yeah, I'm still there, and I think I'm getting like a bit fitter, a bit better every race. So yeah, this is my 5th race in 5 weeks. So I'm definitely getting a bit tired now, but I think I am getting a bit sharper. So yeah, let's see what Toulouse brings.
Well, that's a very exciting way to finish, Georgia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, the week off for Taylor Brown, and she'll be a force to be reckoned with. It was a good spot to be on the inside here in the first swim. There was a slip from Jolien Vermeulen just there, and that was the first of her little mishaps that put her out of the running for the front. Miriam Casillas had a bit of a tangle up with Jean Leher. Leher managed to come out of that one, picked up the short shoot that eventually go to Leonie Perriot. Things started to really string out in the second swim as well, and the cream rising to the top. Fanny Zalai had an accident that seemed to come from nothing there, but she'd come back to finish 7th overall, which up until last round was the best she had ever done. Jean Leher continued to hang on to and then pass Georgia Taylor Brown on the runs, and then Leonie Perriot really came back into it with a proper swim in the third swim. Leher was strong on the bike. She manages to hang in even though Taylor Brown tried to break her, and then had a fantastic transition at the end to take the yellow tape, take the maximum 30 points, and make it a podium 1-2. Let's have a look as the storm brews in the background of Elizabeth Castle on the right-hand side at the results of this race overall. 8 seconds it was in the end, and it was podium first and second, and they take a big boost heading into the men's race, although Crown Racing will be looking to hit back. There was a 40-second gap between Taylor Brown and Jolien Vermeulen, and then it's just to take 4th from Bethany Cook to May Zalai, and Miriam Casillas was 140 back. Big eliminations. Zuzana Mihaliskova snuck in on the first lap under the 130, but lost 25 seconds on the second lap of the last run to finish nearly 2 minutes in arrears. Anna Godoy eliminated despite being so strong in the first half of the race. Nina Ime, Annika Koch, all out for Stars and Stripes. Emma Jeffcoat saw the elimination flag again. Nicole van der Kay had a tough race, as did Tilly Anima and Extra. Sienna Stevens coming in. We head down now to Adam.
Tim, a tough day out there for Jolene today.
It was. You know, she had an accident. She fell off on the first lap, and then in that second transition, she just couldn't get her foot on, so she just lost all that good work she'd done in the swim. But we finished second as a team in the women, so that's some great points. And you could see she never gave up, and working with Beth Cook. I mean, Beth Cook is still a junior, so for those two to be fighting up there with the likes of Georgia Taylor Brown and Jean Leher is fantastic.
And here in Jersey, Tim, you can feel the atmosphere building. They want Johnny. They want Johnny to win this. I mean, what chances? What chance the fairy tale?
Well, it looks like the rain's coming in, and Johnny knows how to race. And the great thing is we've got a local lad in the team as well. So Luke Holmes has stepped up. He has not even ridden on this bike course. So massive respect for him.
Yeah, that's quite incredible, Tim. I mean, we've seen 2 debutants, local debutants. Just quickly here, what does it do for a young athlete like that to come and try this?
You know, at the moment, it's like a cat stuck in the lights. But I think when he looks back, it's such experience. And then Johnny went down, he talked him through the course, he's really mentoring him. And that's why having such an experienced athlete like Johnny is an integral part of Brownlee racing.
Well, thanks very much, Tim. Best of luck to your team for this one.
Thanks very much.
All right, we'll have more on that late change in just a second. Let's have a look at the women's leaderboard overall. My maths wasn't 100% correct. Jean Lahair does take the maximum amount with the 2:15s. Leonie Perriot, 2 seconds, puts her on 28 points. Taylor Brown drops into a tie with Vermeulen, and Fanny July is 5th overall, the 17-year-old. That is quite incredible. Big points for Beth Cook, puts her in the top 10. Time now then for the medal ceremony, and 3 of our most decorated triathletes in SuperTri managed to stand on the podium, and it looks a little cold for Jean Lahair as these athletes, and you know, we talk about this ever-changing weather here in Jersey. The men's race could be under that tempestuous rain again, and we hope that isn't the case, but it'll certainly be something to watch, so do not go anywhere. Emma Jeffcoat in the back of shot gets her podium shot finally, and she's in the far distance. GTB not on top this time, but picks up enough points to put her right into contention, and the other 2 clapping themselves warm. Georgia Taylor Brown picking up 3rd there. Leonie Perriot gets her medal from Deputy Elaine Miller, the Minister for Treasury and Resources from the Government of Jersey, and we thank Jersey very much for backing this race in once again, and long may it continue. I hope we do continue to come back here year on year. The champagne coming from Stacey Boguslavska, the SuperTri board representative and a daughter of the founder of SuperTri, Leonid Boguslavsky, as well. And Jean Lahair doing the job once again. Back-to-back wins for the podium racer from Luxembourg, who has found her form in this racing after a couple of years of near misses. And they get the athletic brewing, and they get the champagne as well. We're going to get the update on the team's leaderboard in just a second, but right now there are your podium getters here in Jersey, adding their name to an absolute honour roll as the champagne starts to spray, and the transition again won by Jean Lahair, who's back quick at just about everything she does. And we'll get confirmation now of the team's points overall after that one. And 46 points for Podium Racing picking up, and they've extended their gap to 25 points over Crown Racing. A big haul then for Brownlee Racing as well. Gaps, Stars and Stripes even further, puts another 8 points into them and moves up on Crown Racing, although they're going to have a lot of work to do. Men's race coming up next though. If they weren't cold enough already, a champagne spray and some athletic brewing, non-alcoholic beer, although Leonie Perriot was absolutely crushed her can, so she gets nothing. And off they go as we start to prepare for the men's race, and a couple of special stories in this one. Obviously Johnny Brownlee at 35 years of age, a true favourite of the crowd, they'll brave anything here in Jersey. They'll turn out in a hurricane. It absolutely does not matter one bit. And then at the other end of the scale, the winner of the British Triathlon Youth Super Series, Luke Holmes, gets a late call-up. There is Johnny Brownlee, getting ready to go again. And he's obviously an owner of Brownlee Racing and so invested in this type of racing, has credited SuperTri many times for saving his career and having him continue. And we all love to see it. None more than Annie Emerson, who is wildly, wildly biased towards the Brits. There's no question. And I say that just as we're about to take a break, so she gets no right of reply. Let's have a look at the leaderboard as it stands for the men. Alberto Gonzalez Garcia, he won in one of the dominant performances last time around. He is not here. So a chance for John Reed to add a couple of points to his total and get rid of that 11. Tyler Mislachuk not here, but Ricardo Batista is. He can move up. Taylor Reed has a chance to move up, and so does Chongor Lehman.
Vasco, we've had a really inspiring day here in Jersey. What is it that makes this race so special?
Jersey is just a classic, an iconic venue for SuperTri. I did my very first SuperTri here in Jersey back in 2019. Back then I was a wild card. I had the white jersey. I was the youngest one in the field. Just an incredible experience. Since then, I've never wanted to leave SuperTri. The engagement here in Jersey with the kids, with the whole community is just on a whole other level.
And for you, Vasco, this weekend, you really need a big result here to set you up for Toulouse in the grand final.
Indeed, so I got a third place in the first race in Toronto, but I missed the second one. And I really need to make this race here in Jersey count so I can be in the fight for the title in Toulouse later this year.
Well, best of luck for the weekend, Vasco.
Thank you so much.
Vasco Velasa, one of those athletes who can really move up. He spent some time with the students at Unreel School here on the island. Plenty of activations going on. Jersey really getting behind it. Let's have a look at the lineups. The two Reeds, John and Taylor, for podium alongside team captain Kenji Nina, and Mitch Kolkman comes in as well. Crown Racing led by Vasco Velasa. As I said, he's on 13-0 because he wasn't here in one race, so he can really put himself up the top. Charles Paquet is back. Ricardo Batista has been super consistent in the top 6 or 7, and Roberto Sanchez Mantecon makes an appearance after being a big part of Crown Racing in 2024. Stars and Stripes Racing, they'll need big points out of their men. A lot more of a focus on the actual Stars and Stripes part, with Chase McQueen and Mathis Beaulieu both part of the USA setup. Chongor Lehman with a big second in Toronto, and Carter Stuhlmacher, part of Project Podium. He comes in as well. And Brownlee Racing, well, they had a good result in the women's. Let's see what they can do in the men. Johnny Brownlee, the talisman there. Brandon Pye, in fact, is out. He's a late out, and in comes Luke Holmes. Ollie Conway off the back of a fantastic effort as well in Carla Vivari.
Parker, you had some pretty rotten luck in that women's race. There's all sorts going on there, but more hope for the men's race, and in particular, Mathis Beaulieu, who's done a great job for you so far as a young athlete.
Yeah, Mathis has just had an awesome year. I've watched him just keep getting better and better, and that's what we're all about with Project Podium, is giving these young guys an opportunity to hone their skills here, so then they can continue to excel at the Olympic level, which is what we're seeing out of him right now. So I feel really good about him today, and fingers crossed, no more bad luck for Stars and Stripes.
Just really quickly, could you just underline the importance of having Chase McQueen back? He's a real leader for these young athletes.
Chase is someone that I recruited into Project Podium in 2018. He was with us for 4 years. He and I know each other like we're family, so having him as a mentor for these younger guys is everything I want it to be.
Thanks, Parker. Best of luck.
Thanks. Thank you.
30 seconds now to race start as the athletes come down, and a unique view for those above here in Jersey who get to watch from an elevated position. There's Ricardo Batista, who is a big hope then for Crown Racing after what was a difficult time. Chase McQueen will swim well, although Stars and Stripes are in the second outside position. Crown get the whole shot this time. It's, of course, it's done by a random ballot, a little bit of a raffle, and this time the inside shot goes to Crown Racing. It's time to get underway here in Jersey, the 40th overall race since the start of SuperTri, and we are all straight into the water. Good start by those in Brownlee Racing, and Marcus Day is a super swimmer. You see him there in the middle. Huge frame on Marcus Day, and he picked up the swim points last time. He'll look to take the whole shot in to the left-hand turn, although Chase McQueen, with that long, languid style that he has, is right alongside him. So Stars and Stripes and Brownlee at the front. Not as great start for Crown Racing on the inside. They will probably get caught up yet again, and coming across with the black caps is Taylor Reed and John Reed coming over from Podium Racing.
They didn't keep them long on the pontoon. They weren't going to get chilly there, that's for sure. Straight onto the pontoon, straight into the water, and we are now looking at Marcus Day going for those really important swim points for Brownlee. But as you mentioned there, let's look out for podium athletes as well. Taylor Reid will be up there, no doubt there. John Reid, Shonga Lehman will be interesting from Stars and Stripes. But Chase McQueen is perhaps the other athlete, the most important athlete, I think, that can challenge Marcus Day here in this swim.
Well, Day doing the job, putting himself in the box seat for the swim points in the short shoot. Let's head down now to Tim Don.
Tim, Marcus Day's been such an important part of your team this year with this incredible swim power, and it looks like we're seeing him out there again.
Absolutely, you know, he really likes to get out there in front, and he's got Chase, his nemesis from the first race. He's 2 for 2. If he can go for 3 for 3, it'll be great. But it's also, I want him to get through to round 2 and round 3 of the race.
Thanks, Tim.
Another Brownlee athlete there up the inside. I wonder if I'm not quite sure who that is, and that's definitely McQueen on the other side. So at the moment, Stars and Stripes and Brownlee leading a long way back before we see any of the red tri-suits from Crown Racing. So another difficult start for them, and they make the turn on the second buoy, and we're heading back into home already, just 2 minutes gone, and we've only got about 60 metres to go before they come back in after the first swim. So just a reminder that short shoots are on offer for the fastest athlete across the mountain line after the first swim, bike and run. A team can only win or use one, but they can win all three to deny the other teams from having the opportunity, and the team managers can decide who that goes to at around the second bike. Day looking to pick up swim points for his team. There's a few points on offer for those who have the fastest swim, bike and run over the first couple of stages as well. They all go into the overall team's points, of which Podium Racing is well in front at the moment. 25 points clear after a 1-2 in the women's to add to both race wins last time out in Chicago in the rain.
Well, just having a look there at Chase McQueen going over the top of Marcus Day. He won't like that, but Chase McQueen definitely going after these points now for Stars and Stripes.
We won't call that dunking, okay, because it's Brownlees who do that to Chase McQueen, if you recall Leeds a few years ago. Not the other way around. It's just the racing. And McQueen comes out. It's done the job for him. It might get a short shoot for Stars and Stripes. So all's fair in love and war, and out we go up the hill. And McQueen back in is very important for Stars and Stripes to have a good start. There is Day and the other athletes coming out. Stuhlmacher's there. There's Taylor Reid, had a good swim as well.
Let's have a look where the rest of the Brownlees are as well. So, of course, we have Luke Holmes in for Brandon Pye, who was a late removal from
He had a crash in the Famil.
Yeah, he did indeed. So here are all the Crown athletes there. Vasco Velarza not having the kind of swim that we would expect to see him
Crown, 1, 2, 3, 4 at the back.
Yep.
Last 4
That's
positions.
That's not great. But we saw that in the women's race too, right?
That's true. We'll see how they move up. But right now they're 1, 2, 3, 4 at the back. Stars and Stripes pick up the first short shoot by virtue of Chase McQueen. I think Mitch Kolkman's in there too. And we've got 3 podium athletes in the top 6. No Crown athletes in the top 12.
Wow, and that just goes to show the damage, the casualties of that position on the pontoon.
We're second on the pontoon.
Well, you
they were in the inside line on the pontoon, not the outside.
You would have thought, but something's gone on there, certainly, because Paquet is a great swimmer, as is Velarza as well. So that was a strange swim from Crown Racing, and I'm just wondering what Michael Gillingham, the team manager, will have about that. He is not going to be a happy chappy, that's for sure.
Well, the train at the back, led by Vasco Velarza, who's probably the best on the bike technically in the field, so we'll hope that he can make his way back through. But we want to go down to MG as soon as possible when he gets upset, so that we can see what he's going to say. Adam has got the armour on. Let's put him down there in front of MG.
Michael, I don't think you're too happy with seeing your athletes the last 4 out of the swim there.
I know we're doing very well. We're just at the wrong end of it. We're leading. We're just leading last.
All right, write that down. That's Australian Confucius there with a little bit of advice. The parable according to Gilliam. And it's at the front, Vasco Velarza trying to drag his team back into it. I think MG's gone through anger, and now he's at that acceptance stage already. He's gone past anger and into a new emotion. Chase McQueen at the front, lap 1 gone, and Mitch Kolkman leading a group of 3. and 2 podium athletes in there. Taylor Reid there as well, and Marcus Day. And Reid's good in the wet, and we're about to see the wet, I think. I saw a little bit of rain before. Hasn't affected the grand people of Jersey, though. They don't mind one bit.
They sure don't. I tell you what, the crowds really come out. This is such a big event, and the locals of Jersey are just so happy that this race is back here for the first time since 2021 in its 5th edition here. Just look at those gaps there, and Velaza now, though, making his way back through the field as we would expect to see him do. He's probably one of the most capable cyclists in triathlon at the moment.
Parker, we were just speaking about Chase McQueen, and well, this is a bit of a surprise. He's out the swim and he's leading off the front here.
Yeah, this is classic Chase right here. He's one of the best in the world when it comes to the swim, and especially first lap of the bike here. So just picked up the short chute. We also kept someone else from getting the short chute on the first lap of the bike. So really, really happy with how he's doing and where we're at right now.
Thanks, Parker.
Just confirming that the short chute for the bike actually comes at the end of the bike, not up to the first lap. And, well, if he can continue at the front, he's going to do that. Although Taylor Reid has erased that gap. He had a couple of seconds there, and now it's a group of 5. And stuck in no man's land is one of the Brownlee athletes. Couldn't quite make out who that was. But at the front, Chase McQueen onto the second lap. And it's a very difficult technical course, this one. There's consistent changes in elevation. There's plenty of wind and also changes in road surface that continue to dry, and if it starts raining like it is forecast to do over the next 20 minutes, it's going to get even more treacherous. John Gore Lehman is in there as well behind Reid, then Kolkman, and then Day, so they are the top 5.
It is a super technical course without a doubt, and I managed to walk it yesterday, and as the athletes you'll see here coming out of transition, they take a right-hand turn, and it's almost like riding into a brick wall. The wind is not quite as strong as it was yesterday, but it's up now. It certainly is, and it's far worse than it was in the women's race.
How about Vasco Velaza? He was 13th coming out of the water. He is now 7th, so our big mover, he is the pocket rocket from Portugal, Vasco Velaza. And Kenji Nina sitting in there as well. Full credit to the other Crown athletes too, who have moved into the mid-pack.
I noticed as well that Johnny Brownlee from Brownlee Racing, of course, was in that middle gap there, just trying to bridge the gap between himself and the chasers and Marcus Day, who's having a really good start here in Jersey. John Gore Lehman, though, is having a great race. He got second in Toronto. Those people who watched that race will remember. Just recently got a 3rd place finish in Karlovy Vary in that really tough World Triathlon Championship Series race last weekend. He's a big threat at the front of the field.
Yeah, the Hungarian, who hails from Tijuvaros, which is, of course, one of the stops that a lot of triathletes, elite triathletes will be very familiar with, having a World Cup there. And he's won that World Cup 5 years in a row, and he's only 26 years old. So he's really starting to make an impact at the very, very top level in WTCS racing, but also here at SuperTri. And he's moved into 2nd position with Taylor Reid taking a turn at the front. Chase McQueen deciding to sit in for a little bit. And Ollie Conway, speaking of young athletes in form after his 4th in Karlovy Vary in the World Triathlon Championship Series, he's moved up, and Velaza's tacked onto the back of the group as well. So Vasco Velaza, who can lead this championship after this with a win, is now 4 seconds back, and Crown are starting to move into it. There's Carter Stuhlmacher, who's having all sorts of issues after coming out of the water well.
Not in a good gear coming around that 180-degree turn, and Oliver Conway as well. Be great to see him do something here. He had that dropped that chain in Toronto and had a great race last weekend at the World Triathlon Championship Series race. There's Johnny Brownlee on the front of that chase group. He's got that very distinctive riding, bobbing action, so we know who he is. Velaza there, though. I tell you what, he's a cheeky little racer. How has he done that? He knows how to hold the bike. How's he done that? He came out virtually last, and he is so gutsy, so nimble and agile on this tight technical course.
Yeah, super gutsy. Knows how to put it out there, knows how to handle a bike. We're going to head back down now to Adams. Conway wets his bike wheels going over a puddle.
John, some interesting tactics going on here, and you have an athlete out the front now in Taylor Reid.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, getting the short chute's going to be really important for us, so we'll see what happens. going at the front of this race, because of the way the course is set up, we get to control it better from the front. Normally you don't want to spend the energy, but at that point in this segment, it's important to be at the front and have control.
Thanks, Sean.
That's true, because they're about to take their feet out of the shoes, and whoever crosses the mountain line first is going to pick up the second short shoot. Stars and Stripes already have one. Jong-Or Lehman wants to make it two. They're going to want to hop off their bike before the turn, and he decides not to do that. He's going to hop off after, which is difficult to do. They all follow him and do that. In fact, a little bit more gutsy than the women were. Now, whoever comes across the mountain line first is going to pick up the short shoot. They're getting guided in by the team managers. And the first out, I think, is going to be Lehman, is it? He's getting past everybody else. Is it going to be Reed? Is it going to be Lehman? It's close. It's real close. I reckon that was Lehman. Only just, though. We'll get confirmation soon. He moves into the lead of this race.
Yeah, I'm putting my money on Lehman there, but it was certainly close. And Reed, they're sprinting for the line just as he put his shoes on. But a great start for Reed. He's a great swim biker, but still has work to do on his run, but actually looking really, really smooth out there. So it was Lehman who got over the line first.
Yeah,
short shoot.
No short shoot for podium racing there yet, but there's still one to earn on the run, and Vasco Velasa has gone from 13th to 3rd towards the end of this first. In fact, you know what? Let's just make it 13th to 1st. He's moved all the way up. Ollie Conway. Spoke to Ollie Conway this morning at breakfast, and he didn't know whether he had the top-end speed. You did so well at Kalavivari. He actually had an issue, obviously in Toronto, but after that he had some medical issues, and then he said he didn't know whether he had the top-end speed. Kalavivari was an Olympic distance, which doesn't require that last 1%, but it's working at the moment. A man who definitely does have it is Vasco Velasa, and everyone else in Crown Racing, if Vasco can do the job, will be relieved they don't have to have a haranguing from MG after this one at dinner tonight. Let's find out.
Michael, there's a little smile on your face now. Vasco, I mean, what a star athlete he is. Top quality here.
Thanks, but no thanks. Look, he's a great quality athlete. Done a lot of chips to get where he is now. I'm just a bit concerned about that. He's digging in quite well. My other two guys are coming on, but you can't do a start like that in professional sport. It's impossible. I don't get it.
Thanks, Michael.
He hasn't let go. He hasn't forgotten about the swim yet.
He really hasn't. Will he forget about it if he comes across the finish line first, though? Will he? Probably not, knowing MG.
No, probably not. Probably not. Anyway, at the moment, it's the Portuguese Vasco Velasa, who I recall being a fresh-faced, maybe 20-year-old here when he first started. Back in 2019, it was his first race. Jong-Or Lehman behind him, Taylor Reed back there as well, Ollie Conway, the youngster, Mitch Colkman at 22 years of age. So really, Taylor Reed, I always think of him as one of the younger athletes. He's the veteran in that first pack of 5, and there's quite the gap back to the rest as we see a little playing card there from Vasco Velasa. As we said, 19, he went to Malta, he came here as well. That was 6 long years ago now, and he is one of the men to look out for in any kind of short course race. 11 seconds back at the moment to Johnny Brownlee, who's caught up with Chase McQueen. Charles Paquet there as well in 6th. Big group there with Mathis Beaulieu. And then John Reed, who had a podium last time out, is back in 10th position. So Paquet has broken away from his Crown teammates by 7 seconds, and the gaps are starting to form as they do here in the wind and turbulence of Jersey Island in the Channel Islands.
Mitch Coleman having an absolutely brilliant race, making his debut here. He really is. Got a 12th place finish last weekend, and a great swimmer. So a great start for the athlete from the Netherlands racing for podium.
Group of 5 at the front. Reminds me of Nice a couple of weeks ago. So a group of 5 at the front. They're going a little bit quicker than that.
They certainly are. And this group here, they have a significant gap now. And if they can stick together and work together, I can see this breakaway group here led by Vasco Velasa. He got a victory in Toulouse in 2024 and 2024 last year, and a 3rd in Toronto at the beginning of this year. He's the man to beat in this top 5 here in Jersey.
Okay, let's have a look at Roberto Sanchez Mantecon in transition. He's first there, and he slipped and had a taste of the black carpet. He just lost the front of the bike after he hopped off, and that's cost Roberto Sanchez Mantecon. But Charles Paquet is leading that chase group, and a man who's not in this group at the front right now, who's dropped off, is Marcus Day. And he's actually dropped back past, it looks like he's dropped back past 6th, 7th and 8th as well, because I don't think he's any one of those three athletes. But I feel confident to be able to recognise athletes just from their legs, which is what I'm trying to do. And I don't think any of them are Marcus Day's legs because they're gigantic. He'll need to swim his way back in for a big one. Bit of a gap back down to Conway, so he's going to have a gap to make up to these three at the front. As they transition, they need to put the swim cap on and get back in the water. So Velasa needs to put his swim cap on. So does Reed, so does Lehman. It looks like he's wearing, oh, and he's dropped the cap and he has to go back. That's going to hurt Chongor Lehman. And now he's going to join those two behind him. Wow. Disappointing, it's a second or two. Just puts you out of your rhythm.
You know what, when you're in the red, it is so hard to get it all right as they head down this immensely steep ramp back to the water. Bit of a surprise there to see the Crown athlete there, Ricardo Baptista, so far down at this stage.
Marcus Day's actually dropped back to 15th position. He's lost nearly 30 seconds on that run. Luke Holmes last of all, Jersey athlete, local. Junior Commonwealth Games gold medalist in the mixed team relay. In fact, with Sienna Stevens, who was another one of those locals who came in earlier in the day, made it to the fourth discipline here, which is no mean feat. And that group of five all together, and at the front it's Vasco Velasa.
So there's a group of three that were quite close behind there and a couple more, and I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see what happened in the women's where they get back onto this group. I thought the gap was going to be bigger going into the water. It really does depend on how hard they hit this swim now, but three athletes which also contained Johnny Brownlee, not too far off the pace.
I think there's not a single person in the crowd here or probably watching on at home who doesn't want to see Johnny Brownlee get back in touch with the front of this race, and that probably also includes his manager, Tim Don, who defected over from podium racing to join Brownlee and now finds himself in third overall.
It's holding. He's on good form, and he's right in amongst it here up the front.
That's right. Every race he's learning. In Toronto, he was in that lead group at the start of the last race, and his chain came off his bike, so it was a race of what-ifs. He's really upped his race game. Last weekend, he had a great race in a WTS, and here, it's all about patience. He's got to watch Vasco, because he's the real fast runner and aggressive bike rider, but he's having a great race today.
Thanks, Tim.
Tim Don there talking about Ollie Conway, the youngster who has mined a rich vein of form in recent weeks and is up there putting himself at the front. Now, while we were talking about all of that, Vasco Velasa, we can confirm, picked up the last short shoot, the first short shoot of the day for Michael Gilliam's Crown Racing, and I'll be very surprised if he doesn't get that short shoot, although there is another athlete from Crown Racing who looks like they're going to tack onto the back, and I think that's Charles Paquet, who, yeah, I think it is. So Paquet's there, Brownlee's there as well, and we could have a big group again, and they're all going to need to chase Vasco Velasa, who looks like he has his bike on rails compared to some of the others out there today.
Yeah, it looks like it's Chongor Lehman in the lead at the moment for Crown Racing. And I tell you what, this next transition, this next run up, it's around about 150 metres from when they leave the water up in transition. It's going to be absolutely crucial, because if you're not on the second bike, it's going to be very hard to get back on. But this has turned into a big group now. I didn't think we'd see all the athletes back together again, but they get a bit of an advantage. They might be 10 seconds down when they leave the pontoon, but you have something to focus on, and then you start to get a little pull on that draft, and it brings you right back into this race.
Yeah, the draft effect obviously diminishes the further back the athletes get, but it's not zero from that gap, and obviously the closer you get, the easier it gets, and we've seen a good swim from Charles Paquet in particular to manage to come onto the back of this field along with Chase McQueen, and that would have helped a lot, having Chase McQueen at the front there. You can see him in the white cap on the right of your screen near the top, and he has dragged the others up. And I think Marcus Day, oh no, it's not Marcus Day, but yeah, Chase McQueen. But I do look at a couple of athletes that are right in the championship hunt coming into this one. John Reed's back in 9th position. I think he might have tacked onto the back of this group, but Ricardo Baptista particularly is nearly 30 seconds back. He was in the top 4 heading into this one, so he might drop down the leaderboard if he stays down there.
This is going to be interesting now, and it looks like it's Mitch Colkman that is out of the water.
The Colkman
from a podium racing in his debut here, racing SuperTri for the very first time. The young athlete from the Netherlands is having an absolutely brilliant race so far. Taylor Reid is up there. He really improved in Chicago, finishing 5th there. Let's have a little look back down the field now. Paquet is up there. Vasco Velarza, I think, perhaps didn't have quite the swim that he wanted there. He got a little bit battered.
Yeah, but it's tough when you go into the water first and they're all right behind you, and then you got athletes with the swimming pedigree of Mitch Colkman and Taylor Reid in that group with you. And I just want to say that when we were discussing this last night, I said Taylor Reid was going to end up on the podium, and you looked at me like I was mad.
That's not true.
Well, you did not agree.
No, I wouldn't say that at all. I mean, there are just some good runners in this field, but I tell you what, in his first run there was really, really impressed. That's the smoothest. No, I know, of course I am. But he was the smoothest I've ever seen him, Will, and I can stand a little bit corrected. You were absolutely right. I did give you a look when you said.
I've got to take the little wins. They don't come very often.
You have, definitely.
So at the back there's Chase McQueen. He needs to stay in touch, and John Reid knows that for his championship chances he needs to as well. Taylor Reid out in front though. Lehman, Conway moves into 3rd. Colkman and Velarza. A little gap back there to Mathis Boldew, whoever we haven't mentioned too much. He's in there for Stars and Stripes Racing. Johnny Brownlee there too, just behind Charles Paquet. And McQueen and Reid are your top 10. Big gap back to Kenji Nina, who we were all hoping was going to have a big one today. And Roberto Sanchez-Manacon after that little mishap in transition 3.
Good to see Chase McQueen up there because he does lose time on the run, but he's right back into this race now, which is great to see. Former SuperTri World Champion from 2024 and a great swimmer, of course, leading out the swim early on. He's still in this race.
A lot more confident these now with the properly dry track going around the roundabout there. Taylor Reid looking strong. Velarza moving up the pack, wants to gap these two, and it's Lehman who's dangling off the back now. That's not a good position to be in, really, when you're about sort of 7 to 10 metres behind and consistently getting hung off the back. Meanwhile, Reid looks strong, and Velarza just looks like he's on another level with his bike compared to the others. He's got a small frame, good in the wind, and very strong coming out of these corners on what is a technical track. But it remains a group of 5 with Reid just off the front. We'll find out what John Anthony thinks about it. He's back in the lead again. He's getting used to that.
John, we've just seen Taylor come through. He's got a very healthy lead, but is it sensible tactics, or is he burning a few too many matches out the front there?
Yeah, it's hard for us to get in the heads of these athletes right now, right? Like, so much is happening. If Taylor feels good and he feels like he's got the firepower, then this is the day for him to go for it. The good news is he's got Mitch, who U23, first time making a debut here in the back. So if he falls back, they can work together. I think it's a good plan.
Thanks, John.
I think it's a good plan as well, Will. I really do. Do you remember in the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham when he rode away there? I mean, he has such strength on the bike and the swim, but the run is looking good. And there's a bit of a gap there over Velarza, although I don't think Velarza is going to let him stay away. But at the moment, he's doing a pretty good job of it.
Well, he's forcing Vasco Velarza to push as well, and that's always important. Conway's sitting in nicely too. He might have another good result as well. And around they go for the second time. So the gap as well back to the chasing pack. It was 7 seconds after the end of, or as they came out onto the bike, and now it's moved up to 11 seconds, and Johnny Brownlee has hit the deck. Nobody wants to see it. Johnny Brownlee, the 3-time Olympic medalist, is the first to hit the deck on the roundabout.
Oh, so disappointing, because I tell you what, he crashed yesterday as well in the familiarisation, so he knows his course, he knows the dangers of it, but he's down again today.
Oh, that hurts for Johnny Brownlee and for the fans here and all of us, really. So a crash for Johnny Brownlee from 7th position, and I'm hearing we've got another crash as well now, so we might just be getting a little bit of rain out there. I'll get confirmation. I'm not sure if the mist has started sprinkling down and caused a change in conditions, but someone else has come down. I'll get confirmation on who. At the moment, there's someone down and is still down on the course, and we can't bring you those pictures until we know that they're okay. So at this point, we're going to continue with the race. We're going to see Johnny Brownlee's crash in a second. He's up and about. But at the moment, Taylor Reid is starting to lose his little gap back to Velasa, and the racing goes on at the front. As we see Johnny Brownlee, this is the pictures we have of it as he came in, and it was a Crown athlete and then Johnny Brownlee. So potentially, and I want to say he's dropped off the sheets, but it is Charles Paquet who has also had an accident. He is on the outside there of, and obviously not in the line that the athletes are taking, so the racing continues, and we'll bring you an update on how Charles Paquet is very soon, as Vasco Velasa has erased that gap at the front and now leads this one ahead of Taylor Reid on the third lap of the second bike here in Jersey. So good to be back at the spiritual home of racing, and there's never a dull moment here, is there, Annie?
Oh, there certainly is, and I have my heart in my mouth. I'm looking at the weather out there. It looks like it's dry still, but there are, as we can see, coming over patches of wet on this course. I tell you, the athlete that I'm super impressed with, and that is Oliver Conway from Brownlee Racing. Wasn't able to show us in Toronto what he's made of in SuperTri because he dropped a chain and then wasn't able to finish the race. I saw him finish 4th last weekend in the World Triathlon Championship Series event, and he looked like an athlete totally shocked. He doesn't quite believe his talent yet, but I wonder if it's growing, if he's growing in confidence throughout this race, in the top 5 at the moment and clear of the chasers.
That's right. All right, confirmation. It is indeed Charles Paquet. He will not continue. So unfortunate for Crown Racing. Confirmation at the bottom of your screen. So he's come down pretty hard, Charles Paquet, but he is off the course and receiving medical treatment. So that is good news. We have a robust system here at SuperTri for when these unfortunate incidents occur, but triathlon, well, sometimes it is a contact sport. Particularly impressed not only with Conway, but also Mitch Kolkman as well. So the two youngsters really mixing it in there. And when I say youngsters, even the older guys in this field are like 25, 26 at the front. So it's a young man's game, and Johnny Brownlee's found that out, trying to stay in touch. And this group of 5 are back out front doing what they do.
Well, Taylor Reid having a fantastic race as well from New Zealand. Got a top 10 finish in Jersey in 2021 and 11th place in Toronto, and picked it up in Chicago. So Taylor Reid racing for podium racing is looking really strong, as is Mitch Kolkman as well. You just mentioned him making his debut here, and this is an absolute fantastic race for the young 23-year-old.
All right, a lot of these athletes setting up for a big end to the season, and on the dismount line comes all 5 of them very clean now. No short shoots or anything on offer, just a clean transition to head into the second last run. On go the Asics of Vasco Velasa. They all come out pretty well. Kolkman had a little bit of an issue. Conway's the slowest, and Reid tucks in behind Velasa. Lehman does not want to have that little gap on Kolkman. He wants to come move straight up onto the back of him, and they do, and there's going to be a big gap back to the rest. But, I mean, I'm not even willing to say that the podium's going to come from these 5, because you just really don't know what's going to happen at this point, although Beaulieu is 8 seconds in arrears, and then McQueen a further 8.
It's not a surprise to me to see that it's our top 5 that we saw at the end of the last swim bike run. And I think what happens is when the athletes in SuperTri start chasing and they're working really hard and they're in the red, that's when the mistakes come. So it's interesting to see that they were all back together again in the water, but it's all absolutely been smashed now, and we're back to the same 5 that we had at the end of the last swim bike run.
Okay, the big hope for Parker Spencer is in there, Chongor Lehman. Let's hear from him.
Parker, big decision with this short shoot here. You've got quite a few athletes that could get a real boost out of this.
Yeah, right now I think Schansger's in a very good position. He's also just been racing incredibly well this season. Mathis, we'll see how he does on this run, and then it might make it a hard decision for me. He's not far off. He's only 5 seconds back, and he's a runner.
Thanks, Parker.
Well, he's, I think, 8 seconds back, and might be a little bit more looking just at this pace that's up front right now. I can't see him in the back of shot. Mathis Beaulieu, there he is, just making the turn right at the bottom. Don't know if the short shoot will bring him into contention at this point. I mean, you'd be a brave man not to give it to Lehman, because you know that Michael Gilliam's going to give it to Velasa. He needs that race win. Bahrain victorious on the front. They only care about winning. Winning is number one. It's not called Bahrain Podium. It's called Bahrain victorious for a reason, for ground racing.
And he's not a good loser, I tell you what. It's interesting to see when the athletes come out of a meeting with them. You can see by the look of their faces, like, what kind of mood he is. It's fascinating to watch.
There he is, Beaulieu, though. He's not that far back. He's having a good run.
He sure is, but it's tough for him running on his own. He's got no protection, no one to draft off. He's just got to fight it all on his own. When the athletes, I mentioned it before on the bike, you come up here, you go around that right-hand turn there, and you're straight into the wind. Chase McQueen still looking good up there, so great to see him well inside this top 10.
The Quebeci athlete, is someone from Quebec, do you call him Quebeci?
Quebecian?
Quebectarian? I don't know.
Let's just say the athlete from Quebec.
For the athlete from Quebec, from USA Project Podium, obviously looking towards LA 2028, Mathis Beaulieu, who's Canadian, of course. He's claimed a World Cup podium in Samarkand. He's only 21, but he was 8 seconds back. He's now 11 seconds back, so I think it's probably end up going to go to Lehman. We'll see, though. And then Roberto Sanchez Mantecon. Well, it could go to him, and he could move up into 7th position, which is important points too. So maybe Michael Gilliam's looking at the overall points. I'd say he's looking at the win, though. Carter Stuhlmacher has been eliminated. The young Project Podium athlete from the US, 4 stars and stripes. But Conway and Kolkman are just hanging in here, along with Reed and Lehman and Velasa, the bigger names of the quintet. Had to really dig into the vocabulary there to find quintet. I was like, trio, no. Quartet, no. What's next? If it becomes 6, I've got no word for that, and nobody does. Hexagon?
Let's not go there. Okay.
Okay, we're on the second lap of the second last run. There is the gap back to Beaulieu. It's getting a little bit bigger. Velasa pushing the pace at the front. Another swim, bike and run to go. We'll get confirmation of the short shoots very soon. Johnny Brownlee's still in this race, but he's a minute back now and in 13th position. Ricardo Batista just ahead of him. He's not having a great race, and neither is Kenji Nina in 11th. We're going to head back down now to Adam as the temperature continues to plummet here in Jersey.
Tim, this is absolutely intriguing because all 4 of the teams are well placed here up in this front group.
Yeah, unfortunately we don't have a short shoot, but Ollie's just getting stronger. We really talked about doing the small things well. Transitions, entering the water, finding the feet. It's very windy here, so that can be a tactic on the run as well.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, Conway's certainly doing that, and he's someone who's going to burst onto the consciousness of elite racing in the last 6 months or so, and had a string of great results.
Absolutely. Look at Taylor Reid going out, former under-23 world champion, one of the last ones to put his hat and goggles on, certainly his goggles. They go on now. They want them on before they hit the downhill. Who is that?
Wasn't excellent.
No.
It's going to make it a little bit harder too. That's because he's going to come back and use those shoes again. They're not together. There's just a little bit messy, and these things can sometimes cost as the top 5 going down. There's the short shoot allocation on the left, and we were right. It's Lehman and Velasa who will be those two who will take that little shortcut on the second run, and that might prove crucial. And you can see it's probably only 2 to 3 seconds, but mentally it's a big, big boost. John Reed heading out onto the swim.
I'm not sure about that dive there. He didn't get very airborne. It was a little bit flat going into the water. But these 5 together now, and it's going to be a great fight to the finish. I tell you what, Will, I love watching Csonga Lehman race. Csonga from Hungary, he has a great finish. Don't be fooled by the look on his face, because he always looks like he's hanging, but he's really strong at the end. As Brownlee just goes out as well. He's a little bit down the field, and McQueen is up there in 9th place. He's on pretty well here, and Nena is rounding up the top 10.
That's right, 46 seconds across the top. Brownlee going down and getting into the water for the final time here amongst all of Annie Emerson's yachts. Look at them all. Beautiful.
Look at them all.
Your whole collection.
Yachts.
Good
well,
for you.
I just thought I'd step off one to come and have a chat with you, Will.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, we didn't mention the Brownlee. I've just seen him. I've completely forgotten. 10 minutes ago, he hit the deck. So great to see Brownlee back and continuing in the race. It's no mean feat when you've got a bit of road rash and you've hit the deck pretty hard. But he knows how important the points are for his team. So he's continued, 35 years of age, and great to see him still in this race.
All right, it's the next gen who are out front, though. Taylor Reid, well, he's been around for a while. Velasa too, but they're only sort of in their mid to late 20s. And the others are so young and still so quick. Beaulieu behind now. He's about 15 seconds in arrears. And they're putting time into the chasing pack. Reid looks like he's going to lead this entire swim. He's got Chongor Lehman, the Hungarian, behind him. Then Velasa. And then Mitch Kolkman and Ollie Conway are your 5. And just rounding the first boy there was Mathis Beaulieu, the 21-year-old Canadian.
Don't think he's quite close enough to get back on, but let's see what he's got left in his arms. I tell you what, this third swim is absolutely brutal. However good you are at swimming, the arms feel like absolute lead as they round this final buoy here for the last time and make their way back to that rather nasty short, sharp ramp that they have to exit to get out of the water.
Have you ever done a race like this where you've got to swim again?
Do you know what? No, I haven't, thank goodness. I think I would have been absolutely terrible at it.
This year it's a no from me.
It's a no from me, thank goodness it wasn't around when I was racing, although maybe I would like to have given it a go, but couldn't imagine doing that right now. But Taylor Reid looking really good out in front.
He is actually. He's got that very distinct style that he has, Taylor Reid, and you know, he stood on the podium before. He picked one up last year in London, I believe.
You're right.
But the podiums are few and far between for Taylor Reid, such as the quality of the fields that he's taking on, the 28-year-old. Of course, he's Commonwealth Games bronze medalist back in the good old days when the triathlon was part of the Commonwealth Games, which it no longer is, unfortunately. Olympian as well, been around SuperTri since 2021. 5th overall in 2022. And he had multiple top 10s in that season, but the first time he actually found the podium was last year. Hails from Gisborne in New Zealand, which is about as far from Jersey as you can get, but it doesn't matter one bit. Lehman out of the water 2nd, then Velasa has a little slip, doesn't matter. Kolkman in 4th and Conway in 5th, who needs a good run up the old Travelator, the mountain here, to get back up onto transition level. And there he goes. And they all push up together. Conway passes Kolkman up the hill.
This is going to be a brilliant last bike and run, Will. I tell you what, this is going to come down to the wire, I believe. Let's see what happens. Transitions are going to be super important. Look at Tim Don there, shouting out his orders. He really needs a good race from Conway, preferably in the top 3. Really does need vital points. Went so well in the women's, but the Brownlee team, other than Conway, are struggling here in Jersey today.
McQueen up the hill. He's past John Reid there, and there is Roberto Sanchez coming up the hill as well, and Kenji Nina behind him. So short shoots of Velasa and Lehman. 4 laps on the bike, 2 laps on the run, and someone's going to etch their names into the history books alongside basically a who's who of triathlon, of those who have raced here since all the way back in 2017. Lewis and Zafiris and Learmont, Taylor Brown, Blumenfeld, Brownlee and Alex Yee, all athletes who have stood on a podium here. And could it be Taylor Reid? Could it be Ollie Conway? Could it be Mitch Kolkman? The gap now over 20 seconds back to Beaulieu. So it's going to come from these 5 barring incident. There's Johnny Brownlee coming into transition. Over a minute back.
Oh, Mitch Kolkman, he's not quite getting on. And this is watching the athletes now put their feet into their bike shoes. It's getting that timing. If you don't have them in, you're not strong on the pedals, but at the same time, you want to make...
Oh, another man down! Ooh. It's another man down, and it looks like Taylor Reid this time. He's left something behind. Nobody wants to see that. The Kiwi hits the deck, and now it's Velasa and Lehman in front.
Oh, and that's so disappointing for Taylor Reid because he was looking to be going for his best ever result in SuperTri. Let's hope he can get back on his bike really quickly. And he is. And we can see he's lost a shoe. I believe
Here's
he has
the replay.
one.
We'll see it now. He's just lost the front wheel there, 3/4 of the way around. And down he goes. But
no.
Is he in the back of shot there?
He's got both shoes on, thankfully.
No, that's Kolkman back there, so a bit of a gap back now, and I don't know whether he's gotten back on. I hope he has got back on, but I think There he is there. So he's going to have to absolutely punch it if he's going to be any chance. But right now, Ollie Conway staring down the barrel of a first podium. Lehman wants to add another result to his second in Toronto. Velasa was third in Toronto. Both of those men have missed Chicago, and so they can launch themselves right into podium contention. Kolkman's dangling. And Reed is way back, and suddenly podium look a little vulnerable. They had two in the top five. They still do, but they're way back. Let's hear from John Anthony now.
Oh, John, what a heartbreaking moment for Taylor there. He's just come through transition. He shouted a few words to you. Can you tell us what he was trying to say?
Yeah, I didn't quite hear what he said. It is heartbreaking. He's put his heart into this race, and he was doing a great job. We'll see what happens. I don't know, but it looks like he has some kind of a mechanical issue that he's dealing with right now.
Thanks, John.
I'm actually quite glad that the microphones didn't pick up whatever he was saying, because I imagine, being from New Zealand, that it wasn't great. And now we're hearing that Vasco Velasa has a 5-second penalty for goggles outside the box. He's going to find that out when he goes through transition again, and that could put paid to his chances, and Michael Gilliam will be unapproachable at this point.
But he does have the short shoot, so whatever time he's going to lose there, he'll gain on the short shoot, but he's not going to get the advantage of the short shoot.
Speaking of unapproachable, let's approach him. Adam is with Michael Gilliam.
Well, Michael, you've just passed on the news there to Vasco as he came through that he's got a 5-second penalty. Oh, my goodness me, this is really tough.
Yeah, the day of the Titanic continues. What else can I say? You know, it's been a disaster from the moment I got out of bed this morning, and it's continued to be such.
Thanks, Michael.
I wonder what happened when he got out of bed. If it was a disaster from that moment.
I think I can pick up, I think it was Nora Muir being out of the race, and that threw his day out for him altogether. He'd recruited her, she was unwell, had to step down. The young athlete from Jersey had to step in, and he thinks it went downhill from there. I think he's been a bit harsh. Velasa, you wouldn't expect him to make those sort of mistakes, but as I said, when the athletes get to this stage in the race, they are absolutely in the red, and mistakes certainly do happen. But what a race this is turning out to be for the young Conway, Ollie Conway. It's incredible. He's in third position, all being well. He is going to get a medal today.
That could be a gold medal at this point. We're going to find out. Kolkman hanging in there. He's in no man's land. No one behind them. Huge gaps. Velasa could still win this one. There's no doubt about it. But at the moment, he's trying to ditch the other two. Kolkman is putting in everything to try and stay with these guys. But a group of three, so much easier to be quick than just when you're on your own, especially in these type of conditions. He's really pushing. Whereas Velasa, well, he's in a bit of a Georgia Taylor Brown position where he wants to gap these two to make sure that he can have a clean transition and pay his penalty.
But Mitch is riding really well. He's not far off the back of the wheel of Ollie Conway now. He's just got to have a quick turn here. You don't want to make any mistakes at this point in the race, but a little bit of a risk here and there will mean that he will get back onto the wheel if possible. But I think out of these four athletes, we'd have to say Velasa, Shonga Lehman and Ollie Conway are the quicker runners. But Coltman having an absolutely brilliant SuperTri debut here in Jersey.
Well, on that last lap, he did take a second out of the front three, but how much he's burning himself for that last 1.6K run, well, doesn't matter. Put them all out on the table. You're on debut, Mitch. Just keep pushing. Keep pushing and see what you've got.
And Reed definitely seems to have some sort of mechanical, but because he's 33 seconds now, and he's got a Beaulieu there just behind him, 6 seconds behind him. So Reed now has company. It could have been such a different day for the athlete from New Zealand racing for podium racing. It really could, but he hit the deck, and that's what happens.
Chongo Lehman, well, I'll tell you what, he's in the box seat. He's got the short shoot, he doesn't have a penalty, and he's been at the front of these races before, and obviously in some kind of form. I mean, he's been racing, I remember him racing as a 20-year-old back in Malta in 2019, I want to say, and then a huge gap where he hasn't raced SuperTri, and now he's back, and he's back with a big, big bang, the Hungarian.
And he's only 26 years of age, so I mean, he's not an old athlete. You know, he's not young, but he's certainly not old.
We just get older, Annie, and these athletes stay the same age, you know? Anyway, all right, they're off the bike now, and it's going to be a 1.6K run for all the chocolates. And Vasco Valasa, I don't know when he's going to probably pay his penalty on after the first lap of the run. In Lehman goes, he gets the message. Can't hear it there, but he was getting the message from Parker Spencer. He's had a good transition, and they all have, in fact. The bike's gone down for Mitch Kolkman. It's not going to matter. And out he goes. So these three, you can throw a blanket over them. Stars and Stripes, Crown Racing, and Brownlee Racing. A little bit of a shoulder there from Conway. He wants to make sure he's in decent position.
How good does Conway... I'm not being biased, Will, I promise
No, you are.
I know he races for Brownlee Racing. I know I'm British, but I'm so impressed by this 20-year-old athlete.
So, Vasco Valasa at the front. He's going to pay his penalty, then take the short shoot. So, he's going to lose 5 seconds, and then he's going to gain a couple of seconds. And then whether he can get back in touch in the last 800 metres, well, that's the question. What kind of run does he have? At the moment, Lehman's tucked in behind him. Conway's not gotten rid of either. We're going to head down to Tim Don. We're going to find out exactly how he feels about one of his young athletes sitting there, maybe with a gold medal ahead of them.
Tim, I can feel your excitement and your tension here, and Ollie is put himself into a lovely position here as well.
Absolutely. The other two athletes have a short shoot. Obviously, Vasco's got the penalty. I think as he comes down the hill, he needs to open his leg speed up to try and get a gap. But we know these athletes are world class, so for an under-23 first year, it's amazing.
Thanks, Tim.
It really is. It's a huge boost in confidence no matter what happens, although he dangles a little off the back coming through the dead turn at the end of lap number 1. These athletes are absolutely hammering at the front. Kolkman is doing an incredible job to stay somewhat in touch. He's all by himself. He's got a big gap back to the others. In fact, it's over 30 seconds now to Taylor Reid, who is 6 seconds ahead of Mathis Poliu, who in turn is another 9 seconds ahead of Chase McQueen, with Roberto Sanchez in 8th position, also 52 seconds back from Nina, and then John Reid, who is seeing his chances of the championship stay away. You can see Vasco Valasa say, am I ready to pay it now? He is. He pays it at the penalty box. He waits for the 5 seconds. Then he's going to take the short shoot. Can he get back in touch? It's a long 5 seconds. It felt long. Now he takes the short shoot, and meanwhile, the short shoot for Lehman's put him in front. So there's gaps between each now, and there's big gaps, and MG will not be liking this. He has words for Vasco, wants to push back up on him. We'll head back down now to Adam to see what those words were.
Cool. Michael, you've seen the penalty and you've seen the short shoot. Where do you think Vasco's placed now?
He's a warrior, so let's see if he can worry his way out of this one. I'm a warrior.
Thanks, Michael.
What do you say to that?
He's a warrior. Let's see if he can worry his way out. I'm a warrior. He looks like he's come onto the back of Conway now, but Lehman has got a 3-second advantage. So let's see as he goes past Ollie Conway. Can he run down Chong or Lehman? I'm not sure that he can. That's a big gap, and he's got about 600, 700 metres to go now.
He is absolutely flying. This is an all-out sprint for Vasco Valasa to the finish line. But I tell you what, Lehman out in front is looking so strong right now.
He is, but he's putting it in. He looked like this all the time, though. That gap's getting smaller. There's still space to go here. Eliminations for Ricardo Batista, for Luke Holmes and Carter Stuhlmacher, so less athletes eliminated. At the front now, though, the gap is getting smaller, I believe it is. Vasco Valasa on the second lap of the run, 500 metres to go. He's gapped Conway. Conway's going to have to settle for third.
He's leaving absolutely nothing out on this course, Vasco Valasa. I think he's going to be dreading the meeting he has with MG at the end of this race, and he's doing everything he can to try and get back on to the heels of the Hungarian.
Well, I don't know that it's going to be enough, though. Chong or Lehman, he came second in Toronto. He's putting in the big ones. Vasco Valasa's coming down the hill behind him. He'll have a look behind him, but it's not going to be. It's going to be too late. It's going to be the Hungarian, Chong or Lehman, a first-time winner in Super League Triathlon 6 years after his debut. Finishes second. Now he wins. The big crowd in Jersey loves every minute. Stars and Stripes on top. Valasa, all hard to finish second. And a best result in a string of great results for Ollie Conway to finish on the podium as well. And the page as well and truly turned in terms of who's on top in SuperTri in 2025. And this time, it's Chongor Lehman.
How happy are you for Parker Spencer? He's such an unassuming manager. He does such a brilliant job. He doesn't always have the strongest of teams, but a win today here, absolutely magnificent.
Yeah, Mitch Colquhoun, full credit to him too. He lost touch, but he didn't stop fighting. And I can see Taylor Reid in the background coming down the hill, and he's trying to hold off Mathis Beaulieu on that last downhill and into the finish, and he will do that after taking a fall. He's all heart. And Taylor Reid gets back up, continues on. The man from Gisborne, he likes to say he's gizzy hard, and he is. I'm assuming that just means he's tough, and he is tough. And Beaulieu takes 6th. Good result for him too. And Taylor Reid out sprints Roberto Sanchez, overtakes him. He was 10th, finishes 7th overall from Sanchez. Nina finishes 9th, and Chase McQueen rounds out the top 10. Whew. Annie Emerson, 120, covering the top 10 athletes. Amazing. And Chongor Lehman, I mean, he could be our championship winner in 2 weeks' time.
Well, listen, he's got a 2nd place in the 1st place, so I think everything's possible. He is a man that is so hungry and so tough. He gets a bit between his teeth. He doesn't always look comfortable, but I tell you what, he's fast. And here comes Johnny Brownlee, great to see, taking time out to hit the hands of all the fans and supporters out here today. And after that crash, just great to see him across the finish line in one piece.
Yeah, I mean, the people of Jersey, they know their triathlon, they know this man, and anyone who has any idea about sport knows exactly who he is. He's enjoying this one. It might be the last time we see him here in Jersey. We hope not. We hope to see him back again in 2025. And across the line he goes with Marcus Day, who is just of another generation, 14 years younger. And Johnny gives back so much to the community of triathlon, not only through the Brownlee Foundation, but also through turning up to these events, investing in them, and making himself available all the way across. So 4 World Championships, 3 Olympic medals, and actually 5 World Championships between these guys, as we head back down now to the black carpet.
Parker, what a great day for you. I feel like we've spoken so many times and it's been a story of something going wrong, and here, what a win for your team.
Oh man, that's SuperTri Racing. It's just a roller coaster all day. Couldn't be more happy for Schansger. He's just been on a roll lately with all the racing that he's been doing. We really needed that after some bad luck in the women's race. And then to watch Mathis get 6th, like that was one of the best races I've ever seen out of him. Everyone was very sketched out before the start of this because even in practices this morning, I think 4 or 5 people went down. And so just to see those guys stay upright and for them to just have a good day, yeah, I'm over the moon.
Yeah, and Chongor, I mean, he's put himself in such a great position for the overall title as well now.
Yeah, I can't wait for Toulouse. Like he's just on one right now. So yeah, like the form that we're seeing out of him. Love to see him race Toulouse, win that, and then go to the grand final and win that as well.
Yeah, I mean, for your team as well, like how important is it when you're trying to build this? I appreciate you're trying to develop young athletes, but you don't want them to always taste defeat. It's important that there's some real highs as well, and you've got one today.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this is all about. You're like going into a race like this where you are scared because you've watched people go down, and that's part of why we do this. You got to overcome seeing people go down. Even if you went down, you got to overcome that, and then you got to perform when it matters. And so SuperTri just gives us everything that we want, from athlete development to the best in the world. Watching those guys duke it out for a podium was pretty awesome.
Well, thanks very much, Parker, and well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, a big moment in what's been a difficult season, and it was Stars and Stripes over the line first. Chongor Lehman manages to hold off a fast-finishing Vasco Velasa, whose plans were cruelled after a goggles out-of-the-box penalty, with Ollie Conway picking up a very, very creditable 3rd. And we'll head down now back to the black carpet and to Adam, who has our race winner.
Chongor, many congratulations. What a fantastic victory for you here today.
Yeah, thank you. To be honest, I can't really believe what just happened. I still did not realize it. Like winning a SuperTri race, it's huge, and I had a pretty good weekend last weekend in Karlovy Vary, and I was just like, go whatever I left in the tank. But I was just so happy I could be in the front, and then I was like, now I can fight for the podium, and then I can fight for the first place. So it was just a dream becoming reality.
Well, speaking of dreams becoming reality, I mean, you're one more fantastic performance away from an actual title here, a league title. I mean, how does that feel?
Yeah, man, that's crazy. When I joined the league, it was just a dream, just to race in here. But now I really have a big chance to be on the podium and to the overall win as well. So I'm really excited for the last stage in Toulouse. I will give my best. I have a little bit of training camp now, but yeah, I'm pretty excited about this one.
And just the way that race played out as well, I mean, Vasco having a penalty and a short shoot, did you know that you had to really just sort of make it pay at that moment when you took your short shoot?
Yeah, to be honest, the race was like so intense from the beginning till the end. When I saw I was just alone on the last lap, when Vasco had to stop because of some problem, I mean, in the penalty, I was just like, I need to go all out because he's a brilliant runner. For sure he will be really close at the end, but I gave my best. I ran all out till the finish line, and somehow I could manage to hold on.
Well, many congratulations, Chongor. Fantastic result. Well done to you. And now we're going to bring in Vasco. Vasco, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anybody take a penalty in a short shoot so close together. I mean, what a crazy, crazy race.
Yeah, I mean, after Toronto, I knew I needed a short shoot. I wanted to be able to be there in the front, so I tried to work out the details as good as I could. The swim didn't start very well, but I worked hard on the bike and then the first run to get myself a short shoot. And yeah, everything seemed to be working fine. I was working hard on the bike, trying to stay in the front so I could choose my lines and, well, not be in any crashes, anything like that. Yeah, and as I go into the last run, I just hear MG, our team manager, saying, "You have a penalty." When I thought he was going to say I have a short shoot, I got very confused for a second, but I just did what I could. I mean, I ran as fast as I could, took my penalty, took my short shoot, so lost a few seconds, gained a few seconds back, and yeah, that last lap was really all out. Unfortunately, I didn't have the legs to catch Chongor. He's in just superb form, and really nice to be racing with guys like him and Connor, who's just putting on a great race.
Well done, Vasco. You're still in great position, though, going into Toulouse, and that's the most important thing for you. So well done. And now we're just going to bring in Ollie here. Ollie, wow, what a performance from you. And in front of a British crowd, you must be feeling on top of the world.
Yeah, I thought it was great. I think the crowd was so supportive today. I think it's like the best turnout I've ever seen, crowd-wise, for a race. So, yeah, I just try to enjoy every moment of it and just get stuck in, so, yeah.
And how about this SuperTri League experience for you and having Tim as your manager as well? I mean, it feels like you're coming on leaps and bounds.
Yeah, I think it's great. Obviously, Tim knows everything about triathlon. He's been there, done that. So I think he's just such a great team manager, and I'm just sort of enjoying every moment of this. I think it's a different sort of type of triathlon, isn't it? Because it's swim by run, so it's just full gas the whole time. But yeah, I just really like it. So yeah.
Many congratulations, Ollie. Another great performance, and this crowd here, you gave them a real treat, so well done.
Cheers, thanks a lot, thank you.
Two Brits on the podium in the women's and the men's, and some fantastic racing. The people of Jersey have turned out once again, and it was Chase McQueen and Marcus Day who did what they do at the front, including Taylor Reid as well. All great swimmers. They led the first parts of this race. Chongor Lehman started to make an impact. Vasco Velasa biked his way up from 13th into 3rd, but not so good for Roberto Sanchez, who found the black carpet after slipping off. Lehman had that mistake. We thought that maybe put him out of contention momentarily, but he swum his way back in, and by the end of that one, it was Kolkman at the front. He dropped off the back. Reid stole a march. Two men came down in the same corner. Charles Paquet, who I believe is okay, and Johnny Brownlee, who was back in the race. Then it was Reid who fell further round the same roundabout. He was out for that one. Vasco Velasa served a penalty, then took the short shoot, couldn't run his way back. He went past Conway, but Lehman was too strong in the end. So let's have a look at the race results. Officially 5 seconds it was. Chongor Lehman takes a first ever race win in SuperTri to add to his second place in Toronto to go to 29 points overall. Ollie Conway takes the biggest result he's had in his debut season, as does Mitch Kolkman. Disappointing for Taylor Reid, we'll hear from him in a second, and Beaulieu rounds out the top 6 with one of his best. Johnny Brownlee in the end was 2:15 back, and Marcus Day was the last man to finish in 11th and 12th. Batista, Holmes, Stuhlmacher and Paquet were your eliminated athletes, actually, with Paquet obviously not finishing thanks to that crash. As we head back down now to Adam, who is with Taylor Reid.
Taylor, an extraordinary race out there, and you were really, really pushing out the front before that crash. Can you talk us through what happened there?
Yeah, I'm just so angry at myself. I felt so good today. I had a race last week, and I just couldn't push, and it was the most frustrating feeling in the world. And then today, I just couldn't hurt myself. I kept pushing, and I just felt so amazing, and that doesn't come around very often. And I just got too far ahead of myself, thinking about the run on the last lap. And I didn't concentrate into, you know, the treacherous roundabout. They claimed so many bodies today, and I became another victim of the roundabout. And yeah, I was just so mad at myself. I bounced back up, but you know, the boys are pushing so fast. I just couldn't get myself back into the race. And yeah, it's very different because in Chicago, I was absolutely stoked to get 5th. And today I'm heartbroken. And I think I could have been in the fight for the podium. And yeah, you know, that sport, and that's what makes it so special. But yeah, like bittersweet, you know, like being in the race, and you know, I wrote down one of my goals was just to race like I was possessed, and that's how I felt like I raced on the bike, and yeah, it was good.
Well, like you said, bittersweet, Taylor, but look, I can see you shivering. We need to let you go and get warmed up, okay? But well done, mate. Congratulations.
Cheers.
I believe he is shaking with cold and not, in fact, shaking with rage. Taylor Reid. And there you go, confirmation of the leaderboard going into Toulouse on the 5th of October. It is a 29 out of a possible 30 points for Lehman. Velasa on 27, and Gonzalez Garcia, who wasn't here, goes down to 3rd position, or equal with Velasa. The two Reids in 4th and 5th overall. Batista drops back. He couldn't do better this time around. And then Tyler Mislachuk in 7th as we look to crown 3 winners here, or podium getters, from 3 different teams.
Medals to be presented by Kirsten Morell, Minister for Sustainable Economic Development.
The medals to be presented by Deputy Kirsten Morell, Minister for Sustainable Economic Development for the Government of Jersey, and the champagne by SuperTri Director and long-term supporter of SuperTri, Finton Kennedy.
In 3rd place, from Great Britain, representing Brownlee Racing, Oliver Conway.
A big cheer from the home fans for Ollie Conway, the youngster who's come in and just taken to this style of racing, as we've seen so many young men do. Only 20 years of age. Two-time British national junior champion.
In 2nd place, from Portugal, representing Crown Racing, Vasco Vilasa.
Vasco Vilasa takes another podium, and we shouldn't forget that he won last time around in Toulouse, so he'll still fancy his chances of coming out as SuperTri champion in 2025.
In 1st place, and SuperTri Jersey champion, from Hungary, representing Stars and Stripes Racing, Csongor Lehman.
Csongor Lehman, the 26-year-old. He's no stranger to winning. He's the under-23 world champion from 2021. He's the world junior champion from 2018. He had his first WTCS podium last year, finished 11th at the Paris Olympics, and now he's a SuperTri winner 6 years after his first race
Jersey medalist
in the league. The champagne sprays making these freezing athletes even colder here in Jersey. And what a race it has been again, as the crowd comes out to enjoy what has luckily been a dry race. And after all of that, this is the leaderboard. And how about that? 89 points for podium racing, and they are right in the box seat. 38 clear, if my maths is correct now, from Crown Racing, who now needs to hold off Brownlee Racing, who finished with 69 points, which is nearly a season best for them. Definitely a season best for Stars and Stripes, 65 to take them to 168. So the season calendar, it all points now to Toulouse. That is in just 2 weeks' time. So these athletes will get a bit of a break and then they'll come back for Toulouse. And we cannot wait for that one. It's going to be absolutely huge in Toulouse. You cannot miss it. Stormy skies over Jersey, but the rain has held off for what has been some incredible racing here for the 5th time at the spiritual home of SuperTri. And this swim amongst the boats has been really pivotal in how the races have shaped out in the SuperTri format, and we have all enjoyed every minute of what has been some incredible racing. And now, on the Extra Time Show, it is time to wrap it all up and review what has just happened. And hasn't it been an incredible race? We're going to head down now to the black carpet, where we have Adam Leach, who's been braving things down there the entire time, and also Annie Emerson.
Well, thanks, Will. I mean, we are trying to catch our breath down here, Annie. What a dramatic day. But let's start with talking about that women's race and that domination from John Lahair again there. What an incredible performance once again.
Once again, she looked so in control and so smooth and didn't put her foot wrong. And there are lots of mistakes were made today. And you can understand why that happens. But somehow she just nails it, even when the conditions are really hard.
And how about a word on Leonie Perriot as well? Because, I mean, she started slowly. She said she was very, very cold when she jumped in the water, and that was the reason. But, I mean, she just motored through.
Yeah, I mean, she finds herself, I think, in the form of her life, really, right across the board. In the past, her swim has struggled a little bit, but we saw on that third and final swim how she came across Georgia Taylor-Brown and swam in front of her. We've never seen that before from her. So I think the swim was really important for her. But absolutely, I thought she was cold on the first swim, but she's so quick on the run. So it's so great to see Leonie up there on the podium again.
And I need to ask you about the way this league title series is now poised. There's 4 athletes in the female rankings, separated by just 3 points, enhanced points in Toulouse for the grand final. Wow, we have got a blockbuster coming up. I mean, where's your money?
I don't know. I mean, it's hard, really, to not put your money on John Lahair, for sure. But it's points and a quarter. So you make a small mistake and anything can happen. As you say, it's 4 points separating. And we have Jolene Vermeulen as well, who finished 4th, but of course won in Toronto. She's sitting in 4th. She's not going to give up and going for a title victory, I think.
Yeah, and for Jean, I wonder though, is there anything she's got to overcome mentally? She even said in the interview straight afterwards, well, the way Toulouse always goes for me, who knows?
Yeah, you can tell the way she's talking about it, that it's in there niggling it away because she's so close. And of course, last year she was just 2 points away from taking the victory. So let's hope those nerves don't get the better of her.
I just quickly want to ask you about the team dynamic in podium as well. I mean, two athletes right up the top again, and John Anthony is talking so positively about how his team operates. How are you seeing it?
I'm seeing a manager that is just coming into his own, that he's going from strength to strength. We know at the beginning of the season there was a problem there with Tim deciding to leave and go elsewhere, but John has taken over the reins really, really well, and the dynamic in the team is absolutely 10 out of 10 at the moment.
Well, thanks very much, Annie. And now we are going to move over to our race winner here, bringing Jean. Well, how lovely, bouncing, and why not as well? Another win. I mean, you've had a little bit of time to reflect on this now. I mean, how are you feeling?
I mean, quite the same as when I finished the race, like super happy and quite relieved. And yeah, I was not starting the race in the best mood ever because, yeah, as I said, I was a bit afraid of the bike, probably because of last week when I crashed. And I was like, I don't want to take any risk. I said to John, sorry, but I may finish 10 today. And so I didn't know. So that's great. And yeah, as well, Leonie finished second. So for the team, when it was girls, we were in front. And the boys did well too, even they had some crash and stuff. But I think in general, we are probably still leading, I guess. So that's great.
Yeah, I mean, going to Toulouse, obviously there's a lot on the line for the team, but there's a huge chance of a title now for you. But I was just saying to Annie, 4 athletes separated by 3 points. I mean, it is tight, but you lead the way going there. So, I mean, is this going to be a nervous couple of weeks for you, do you think?
No, I mean, I was leading before Neom 2 years ago and I didn't win. So I was very, very stressed at this time because it was the first time ever I was in this situation. So I think I learned from that, and now I always try to keep like easy peasy and more like it's kind of bonus for me. Like if it's going well, good. If it's going bad, sad. But yeah, after the 2 last year in Toulouse, I prefer to not put any kind of not goals, but I'm like, you never know what can happen, like in the good and the bad, and last time it was pretty bad, so I will just hope to finish the race first, and if it can be, like, I opened a little Chinese stuff yesterday, and it said I will do a podium in Toulouse, so it didn't say I will win. But if I can be on the podium, it's good, so let's at least be second.
Well, I mean, if that's what the fortune cookie says, then you're well in. John, many congratulations, well done. And now we're going to cross over to Will, who has another superstar athlete and a superstar manager with him.
I don't have a superstar manager with me yet, but I have my child that I'm taking to the snow. It's extremely cold. Georgia Taylor Brown, who was just bested in the end, and it just comes down to that run speed, and by your own admission, not quite there, but you were trying to lose Jean and Leonie on the bike.
Yeah, I think I just have to try and play to my strengths. I know that I don't have the run speed against these girls, and also the transition speed, because they're super, super speedy. So I have to do my best to get rid of them on the bike, and I tried, but I failed at doing that. But at least I thinned the field out a little bit, and there was only 3 of us at the end, and that's what I was trying to do. You know, I didn't want Jolene getting back in the race.
Yeah, and she sort of bounced up and down, as you saw, and then ended up finishing 4th overall. It's very tight at the top of the leaderboard now. You just said to me, I don't think I can win, and then we ran through the maths, and it turns out that 100% you can win, because there's more points on offer coming into Toulouse, and you did it last year.
Well, yeah, to be honest, I don't really back myself, so I haven't even looked at the points and the maths, because I genuinely don't know that I can win. I mean, that sounds really defeatist to say that, but now that you've said it's only like 3 points, maybe I can win, because there's more points on offer. And yeah, again, I'll just have to play to my strengths. I really like the Toulouse course. It's got the little hill in there which I can really try and attack, and it's technical again, so yeah, we'll see what happens in 2 weeks.
Big crowd in to watch you. Thank you so much for everything you do for this sport and continuing to be such a stalwart. I'm going to move on to John Anthony now. I'm going to let you go and have a, I don't know, hot shower? Walk the dog?
Yeah, that's dressed very British.
No doubt. All right, thank you so much, GTB. J.A., I tell you what a up and down day for you. Lots of ups, but didn't quite work out at the back end of the men's race.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm looking at it from an overall team perspective, right? And therefore I'm saying it's an overall up. We came into Jersey 8 points ahead of Crown. We're now 38 points ahead of Crown, right? We've extended the lead, and that was the game plan. That was our plan all along. So I'm not gonna, you know, we won't spend a lot of time kind of looking at or criticizing, you know, the performances here individually, right? We have some very tough conditions, and that's what SuperTri is about, right? This is exactly the kind of conditions, the kind of performance we look for from our athletes. But our focus is on the team win, and that's what we came here for today, and super proud of them.
Yeah, I feels like that you've really raised the bar for what a SuperTri team is all about. I mean, the athletes are all turning up to every event in all their kit. They've got everything, all the 1%ers are done, and now it's starting to show. Do you feel like that? Is there just this little hint of smugness that's in the back of your head now?
No, you know, I don't think so. In fact, I think I take it for granted, right? Like, we spend a lot of time when we show up to venues like this prior to the race in our team meetings. We talk a lot about what it means to be part of a team. You don't hear us talking a lot about the individuals, right? I could spend this time talking about that we have 6 individuals in the top 10 across men and women right now. That's not my focus, right? And not to take anything away from Jean Leher or Leonie, who are in 1st and 2nd place, but our focus as a team is to show up and race and operate as a team. The short shoot today is a really good example of that, right? I feel like the default decision would have been to give it to Jean. And it was, to be honest, I wasn't 100% confident I made the right call on that one. But I felt it was important for Leonie to have the shot going into the swim, because that was the right decision for the team, and it worked out. So yeah, I don't take it for granted, but it is the ethos that we're trying to build here.
Yeah, it's certainly a gutsy play to not give it to the person that earned it, but it worked out for you, and congratulations. I'm gonna thank you, and I'm gonna throw back now to Adam Leach.
Thanks, Will. Annie, wow, I mean, the men's race. Let's talk about the men's race. I mean, an extraordinary goings on at the front of that race. Ollie Conway, absolutely incredible for him. John Lehman with that short shoot, and Vasco. I mean, have we ever seen anybody serve a penalty in a short shoot within about 3 seconds?
It was, well, it's all what SuperTri is all about, right, isn't it? I mean, we have it all. We've had it all today. But take nothing away from John Lehman. He was the strongest out there on the course today. And it's deceptive when you see him race, because he always looks like he's in great pain from start to finish. But that guy is, you know, head down. He works so hard. He's a really talented athlete. So really good to see him come across the line first. But Ollie Conway, you mentioned him, and I've got to say, just outstanding performance performance for the young British athlete.
Yeah, and then when we look at the team standings as well, Annie, I mean, podium, they've really stamped their mark on it after this race here. Is there any way back for Crown if Podium got this in the bag?
Well, I know MG's not in earshot, thank goodness, but I think there's absolutely no chance. I just think the way John Anthony's managing the team and the camaraderie within the athletes, and they all seem to be in such great form right now, that I think that they're going to be virtually impossible to beat in Toulouse.
Yeah, and of course John Gore as well. I mean, he said after the race, like, a dream just to race, a dream to win, and now a potential dream of winning a title here. I mean, it's kind of almost come out of nowhere.
He'll love Toulouse for sure. He'll race well on that course, I think. And I think that previously we might have just been looking at Basco, but now we absolutely have him in the mix there. I think he's going to be, definitely on for a podium finish, if not the top of the podium, come the end of the series.
Well, thanks very much, Annie. And here stood the other side of me, a man who I imagine is feeling a little bit disappointed, a bit gutted after what happened out there, Johnny.
Yeah, a bit sore. Yeah, well, basically, it's all going quite well. I was in good position. I was feeling quite good. I was like, right, I'm in a pretty solid position here. I can swim back on maybe. And then another guy, Charles, crashed in front of me, and I grabbed too much front brake and went down hard. And was feeling a little bit sorry for myself. But then I thought, with this crowd and this amazing venue in Jersey and all the support of all the young guys, I had to get round. So at that point, it was all about staying within 90 seconds.
Well, I also want to ask you, Brownlee Racing is very much about sustaining the legacy of British triathlon that you and your brother have helped create. Ollie Conway, I mean, what a talent he looks like.
Yeah, Ollie's an incredible talent. I saw his talent first for the first time in Toronto, and there's two things I picked up at. One, he loves it, and that's great for the long term of sport. You got to love training if you do triathlon. And secondly, he's got a good head. You can see he races well. On the bike, he's aggressive. On the run, he's aggressive. He wants to get the front, and yeah, he's going to have a good future on him. And he absolutely loves training. He trains hard, and he's a good lad.
Well, thanks very much, Johnny, and we'll see you in Toulouse. And now we'll go over to Will.
Yeah, we're just talking to Parker Spencer off air there about, he's like, our men we're trying to bring on, so our women need to score the points. It was the other way around today, mate, and this is what SuperTri Racing is, but you walk away a race winner.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. SuperTri Racing is a roller coaster, and you can't predict it. You have no idea what's going to happen, and we had some bad luck in the women's race. Unfortunately, Nina went down. Then you had a flat tire where Anna was just killing it, having a great day. But I couldn't be more thrilled with the guys. Like, for me, my whole reason, my whole motivation for SuperTri is to give these young guys opportunity to be, and they get to be around the best in the world, like Shansker, who's been a great mentor to the younger guys. And then Mathis has gotten better in every single race. And then I get to give guys like Carter a start, and then Reese Vandersen will be back with us again in Toulouse. So for me, we're accomplishing the ultimate goal. I don't want to be in last place. We got to have a big race in Toulouse. Last year, our team won Toulouse, so that's the goal going into Toulouse.
Absolutely. And speaking of people that won Toulouse, I'm going to go to Vasco next. Thank you so much, Parker. Congratulations. Vasco, come over here, buddy. I can see you shaking. I see you shaking, so I got to come to you quickly. A quick thought on how that went, mate. Such ups and downs. You're a race winner before. It's not as if you're breaking through for your first win, but that one was in your hands, I feel, until just at the end.
Yeah, that's what I felt as well. I tried to take control once I was back in control, because that first swim didn't go so well. I was a bit in the back, and I worked my way up. I got my short shoot, which I didn't have in Toronto, so was trying, to not do any mistakes and do the little things right. I was, as you said, most of the race in the front, controlling the race, doing what I could. I felt like there was, well, I don't know if it's my race, but it's definitely my race to sprint to win it in the end with Shangur and with Connor. Yeah, and all of a sudden MG just comes with some surprising news. You got a penalty. And yeah, well, I did what I could. I sprinted that first lap, but still didn't open any time to Shangur. And then I sprinted that second lap to try and catch up with Shangur again, but that was impossible. Just, of course, very happy with the shape, and I felt like I did a good race, but a bit annoyed at myself for doing such a amateur mistake, I would say.
Well, bittersweet's okay, but you've come a long way since you first turned up here in 2019 as a man who didn't even did you shave yet. So here we are on top and with a good chance of taking out the whole thing in Toulouse.
Yeah, well, definitely interesting now, shaving before the race. You don't have to do that, so extra energy. No, actually very fun to be back here. 2019 was an incredible experience for me. Never made the final, it was kind of my first experience with the big boys, so happy to be here as one of the big boys trying to race for that win.
I don't know how big you are, but yeah, fair enough. The big name.
It's what's inside that matters.
All right, Vasco, thank you very much. Go and have a hot shower, mate. Congratulations. I'm going to throw over to Adam, and then I'm going to come and join Adam. So, Adam, I'll go to you.
Thanks very much, Will. And here's Will.
Hey, see, it
He's
works.
back.
The magic of television. How good. Come on in, Annie. Wow. I mean, let's first of all, well done for staying out here and braving what has been all the elements all day. The crowd really turned out. I mean, from the commentary box, it looked incredible. The people of Jersey turn out for anything, don't they?
I mean, they absolutely love it here, Will. I mean, we've been in schools and doing activations the last couple of days. We were up at 6 a.m. rebuilding this course after the storm yesterday. I mean, it has been, we've had everything Jersey could throw at us, but it dried up and it was fantastic and great support here. Absolutely amazing.
What's so good about SuperTri, Annie, is that we see these people come and cut their teeth in SuperTri and then they get success, and then the next minute they're conquering the world of triathlon across all distances, and we're repeatedly seeing stars born, and I feel like there's a little bit of that today as well.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Shongalima has already stamped, I think, his mark on triathlon, but to come here today at such an iconic event, everyone is so happy to be back here. The people that have gone before here and taken the victories, Alex Sheev, Vincent Louise, and now he can put his name on the Hall of Fame. And you're absolutely right, so many stars are born here in Jersey for sure in the triathlon world.
And obviously the people turned out and they were rewarded with that, and I hope we can come back to Jersey again and again, year on year. It's such a fantastic place to come, the spiritual home, as we keep talking about, but it sets us up now for Toulouse, because the way it works with 2-round results in the grand final, it's so finely poised with more points on the line in both the men's and the women's.
Yeah, I mean, you almost wouldn't want to call it now, would you? I think the only thing we feel confident of is at podium. I've probably got the team's title. Don't say MG that, I said that. But yeah, I mean, the men's and women's, it's probably going to be winner takes all in Toulouse.
We keep sending you back into Michael Gilliam just when we think he's the most enraged. We're like, well, we'd hate to talk to him now. Anyway, we'll go to Adam with him. How has that little journey been for you?
He basically, you throw to him every time he's doing this. Michael, quick word, please.
Yeah, it's definitely been something. Anyone who doesn't think that the team managers and the teams are getting put into it, well, they are completely wrong. It's extremely important to the teams, and it is to John Anthony, who sits on top, and then we're going to go to Toulouse in a couple of weeks' time. Annie Emerson, thank you for joining me in the commentary box. Adam, thank you for braving the elements. That's all from us for now. We will see you in 2 weeks for the grand final. It is wide open. If you love multisport, do not miss it. We'll see you then.
Thanks very much for these. Thanks. Yeah, that was lucky, wasn't it? Oh, stuffy things.
I'll start with Annie.
So, Chongor Lehman, a worthy winner, and he goes to 29 out of a maximum of 30 points with, of course, only 2 races counting, plus the grand final in Toulouse. Vasco Velasa in a tie for second then after his second place, thanks to that penalty. He is tied with Alberto Gonzalez Garcia, and the 2 Reeds round out the top 5. A disappointing result for Ricardo Batista in the end as well. He drops to 6th overall, but Chongor Lehman, the winner in this one, and hugs all around. He certainly deserves this in front of a very, very big crowd here in Jersey who enjoyed every minute of that one. And hopefully we can come back here again next year and do it even better. He puts himself in the box seat. And speaking of the box seat, how about Podium Racing, who sits on top in the overall league, and by quite the margin now. It was 8 points before coming in. Okay.